Hi, Lena. This is Rachel. Rachel from Kudo. Thank you, Lena. Yes, we could hear you quite well. Maybe if you could turn up the volume a little bit. Thank you so much.
Sarah, just a quick note of the time if you want to go ahead and start.
Good morning, Rachel. Can you please confirm that the sound check with the interpreters and everything else is done, and if we are able to start?
Yes, the sound check is done and we are ready to start.
Rachel, can you hear me?
Apologies. Yes, I
Okay,
can
great.
hear you very well. We are ready to start. Thank you.
Excellent. Would you like to do the briefing now?
We did the briefing, Sarah, at
Oh, excellent,
9:45.
excellent. All right, apologies, I was out. All right, then
Sure.
we can go ahead and start. صباح الخير جميعا، أنا سارة سلمان مسؤولة شؤون السكان في الأسكوا. مرحبا.
Good morning, everyone. I would like to welcome you to the second day of the regional conference on review conference on the GCM in the Arab region that is being held in collaboration with IOM and League of Arab States, in addition to the members of the regional network for migration. I would like to remind you that all the ideas that are being submitted during this first regional review conference on GCM are the ideas of the participants and do not reflect the ideas of the organizing parties or the partners. And I would like to remind you that this meeting is being recorded and is being broadcasted on the website, and you can follow it on the IOM website. Allow me to thank all those who have participated with us in yesterday's discussion. It was a very lively discussion, and during this very long day, we heard many panelists from different Arab countries. And I would like to quickly remind you of what we discussed yesterday. And for that, I will give the floor to Ms. Cristina Mejo, the Senior Regional Liaison and Policy Officer and Deputy Regional Director, IOM Regional Office for Middle East and North Africa. And she is constantly supporting the IOM work and, as I said, here in the MENA region. Ms. Cristina Mejo has worked for more than 16 years with IOM in Belgium, Thailand, Burundi, and many other countries. She has a master's in international relations from the Kent University in Canterbury. Cristina, the floor is yours. Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you very much. Sarah, just to confirm, you can hear me all right?
Yes, I hear you well.
Perfect. Thank you. Excellencies, distinguished participants, it is a pleasure to address you today as we enter the second and last day of the Global Compact for Safe, Orderly, and Regular Migration Regional Review Conference in the Arab region. I have the honor to provide a recap of the discussions that were highlighted in the first day, which consisted of dynamic exchanges in the spirit of the GCM, representing perspectives from the whole of government and the whole of society views. It was reminded the central purpose of the regional reviews is, in the words of the GCM, to effectively inform each edition of the International Migration Review Forum to take place under the auspices of the General Assembly, which requires us to look at the reviews, not as a static event, but rather as a continuum to contribute to a multi-layered, ongoing discourse on the implementation of the GCM. The GCM, of which is aligned with the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development, and of which in the same spirit notes it is critical that no one is left behind. It was highlighted that the states and stakeholders in the Arab region are committed to the GCM and actively participating in the voluntary regional reviews, noting that cooperation and collaboration is important to overcome together challenges and seek synergies for enhanced implementation of the GCM. It was reminded that the Arab region is at the heart of global mobility. The region represents all dimensions and cycles of migration and encompasses all types of migrants. To date, 13 Arab states out of the 22 submitted their voluntary national GCM review reports, indicating the significant progress has been made in realizing the 23 objectives of the GCM and in turn contributing to the achievement of the Sustainable Development Goals. Most Arab states have put in place mechanisms and plans of actions at national level to implement the GCM. In terms of support to the GCM, there's one regional UN network on migration and now 9 national UN networks on migration in the Arab region. They are located in Bahrain, Djibouti, Iraq, Jordan, the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, Kuwait, Mauritania, Morocco, and the UAE, make an impressive contribution to system-wide coordinated support on issues surrounding migration. Iraq equally announced it is joining the GCM Champion Country Initiative, joining Morocco as a GCM champion country in the region. Given that the GCM is not a one-size-fits-all, priorities were highlighted from country to another, which differ from one state to another. The GCM, which takes into account all these differences and emphasizes the principles of national sovereignty, was reaffirmed as the best framework to address migration in all of its dimensions. The need to implement the GCM from a comprehensive approach that takes linkages to development and not only from a security perspective were further highlighted. The exceptional situation in this region has increased numbers of irregular migration as well as the numbers of refugees and internally displaced persons. During the course of the day, there was an overview of a number of measures that countries have introduced in the region, including labor reforms aimed at protecting the rights of migrant workers, access to services, initiative to address drivers of migration, among many others. Several member states reported on their approach to address challenges, such as ensuring safe return and sustainable reintegration of their nationals in the time of COVID-19 pandemic, in protecting vulnerable groups, especially women and children, to protect and assist refugees and internally displaced persons and victims of human trafficking, among many others. Member states stressed the need to further support action to and end discrimination against migrants and to include the diaspora in the development of the countries of origin. COVID-19 has constituted a setback across the region and the world in the face of ongoing efforts to implement the GCM. This said, COVID-19 has shown how important it is to increase cooperation within the boundaries of the GCM and across national borders. It was further highlighted the critical role and importance of migration and mobility, as well as the contributions migrants make to all societies, often working in the front line of essential services. COVID-19 has put migration governance under a strain in the region, and the GCM is now more important than ever in building back better and leaving no one behind. This can be further encouraged to promote and protect human rights and fundamental freedoms of all migrants, regardless of their status. Labor migration is one of the drivers of sustainable development, of which engaging with the trade unions, employers, and workers' organizations, as well as the private sector, are key. This can be done through further supporting reliable data, evidence-based policymaking, skills development, and capacity building, as well as promoting various regular pathways for migration. It was furthermore highlighted that the whole of society approach is critically important to the implementation of the GCM. Stakeholders support the review of the GCM through the submission of stakeholders' reports that assist to collect accurate and reliable information and data. Stakeholders were also a lifeline to migrants, providing much needed assistance during the COVID-19 pandemic. It was noted that international and regional cooperation on migration is important to find joint solutions. In particular, global and regional platforms and dialogues were highlighted as crucial in facilitating a better planning and implementation of the GCM. Commitment was highlighted from member states to the guiding principles and to put in place national plans of actions to implement the GCM and expand dialogues and engagement with stakeholders to further accelerate the implementation of the GCM. I thank you very much for your attention and wish you continued fruitful deliberations and exchanges today to further contribute to the GCM Regional Review Conference in the Air region. I now give back the floor to the Master of Ceremony.
شكرا للزميلة كريستينا على هذا العرض.
Thank you, Christina, for this presentation. We will start now with the second roundtable that will focus on the review of GCM objectives 4, 8, 9, 10, 11, 13, and 21. And the participants during this roundtable will focus on reviewing the progress in implementing GCM objectives set, and where they will reflect on challenges, good practices, lessons learned, and discuss potential solutions. I give the floor to Dr. Zainam Hanna to moderate the session. Please allow me to present her. She is a member of AML Association International, and they provide services and awareness campaigns and fighting human trafficking, supporting migrants and youth, as well as women empowerment. She is a professor also at the American University of Beirut, and she holds a PhD in political sciences. And Dr. Mhanna is also has received a grant from Oxford University in 2015 to study migration. She is also a member of Ibtisama and a member of Restarts Foundation. Thank you for being with us, Dr. Zena. You have the floor. Good morning, everyone. Thank you very much for this presentation.
Thank you so much for allowing this opportunity to moderate the Roundtable 2 that speaks about points 4, 8, 9, 10, 11, and 13. Allow me to go over these points just to remind the participants. So the objective 4 speaks about ensuring that all migrants have proof of legal identity and adequate documentation. Objective 8 refers to saving lives and establishing coordinated international efforts on missing migrants. Objective 9, strengthening the transnational response to smuggling of migrants. Objective 10, preventing, combating, and eradicating trafficking in person in the context of international migration. Objective 11, managing the borders in an integrated, secure, and coordinated manner. Objective 13, using migration detention only as a measure of last resort and work towards alternatives. And Objective 21, cooperating in facilitating safe and dignified return and readmission, as well as sustainable reintegration. As this valuable conference is happening today, these consultations, we are falling between two international days. The first one is the International Social Justice Day of February 20 and International Happiness Day of May 20, in a time where we have the highest number of refugees and migrants in history, and where the pandemic has changed mobility rules, strengthening the borders disparity, forcing return, and setting a new world order that is unknown to most. As it was highlighted in the past 2 days in the multi-stakeholders consultation and in the current review, migrant domestic workers are still facing many challenges, to name a few, where that were highlighted in the past 2 days. The first one is ensuring legal protection framework. Second, registration of migrant children, counter wage theft, protection from smuggling and trafficking that definitely has the challenge of identification, especially in times of crises, safe migration, respecting to fundamental freedom, enhancing counselor support and labor attaché sections, among many other points that provide dignified life to migrants. The COVID-19 came, this pandemic has been unprecedented, where definitely it was stressed, and we stress the need to access migrants for testing and for treatment, prevention material that is in the language of the migrants to ensure sensitization and inclusion, and definitely bringing a vaccination rollout to the migrants that will allow to reach the herd immunity. Enhancing partnerships, being local, regional, or international, what has been greatly stressed, and definitely we look to hear from the distinguished panelists and interventions from the floor for the valuable intervention. I would happily welcome His Excellency Mr. Ali Abdulrahman Hadi, Assistant Director of the Department of International Agreement and Memoranda of Understanding at the Ministry of Interior in Iraq. Please, the floor is yours.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Peace of God be upon you. I have the pleasure to talk to you here today, and I would like to present to you the salutations of His Excellency the Minister of Interior. I will use my time to talk about two important issues to identify or to check the comprehensive administration of borders. And we kindly ask the speaker to get closer to the microphone. We're having trouble interpreting what is being said. Especially, we want to focus on Objective 21 of the GCM. It is very obvious for everyone that the faster, safer, and cheaper transfer of migrants is essential, and also safe and dignified return and readmission. And this requires checking the ID of the migrants. The government in Iraq, particularly the relevant ministries, are checking IDs by participating by implementing different measures to check, first of all, that the individuals who hold different IDs have the regular paperwork. We also conduct regular checks of regular migrants. When we have returnees, we also provide access to education, to healthcare, to national social protection, as well as other services that they need once they return from abroad to ensure that they are well integrated in their local communities. But the IDs must be, and identification should be quite clear to allow them to access these services. This is why the legal ID that is addressed in objective number 4 is also very important to ensure the good implementation of Objective 21, which is the safe, dignified return and readmission and sustainable reintegration. This is why the development of the Directorate of IDs and Identification was a priority for us, particularly when it comes to assisting in the management of borders. This directorate serves many purposes, and as we have seen currently during the pandemic, it is also in charge of public health issues. And also the participation of the border control forces in line with the Law 20 of 2016 of the Ministry of Interior sets the regulations that govern the control of our borders by controlling the whole borderline, by imposing specific measures for check on the border entry and exit points, particularly to fight irregular migrations. And also, given the conflict near the Iraqi borders, we have been witnessing for many years an influx of migrants. And here I would like to mention some comments. After the vanquishing of Daesh and ISIS, the government has set the priority to control its borders in order to reensure stability in the country and to reform the security sector in the country. And this requires that the roles and the priorities on the border checkpoints are increasing in importance. And what needs to be set there are civil officers as well as military officers to ensure the best control of the borders. And this requires also the participation of all relevant ministries by participating in the integrated management of the borders. The reform of the public sector is also a priority, and this will allow us to focus on the needs of the communities and to develop also an integrated border management management system to ensure the safety on all crossing points, and also to fight the transnational organized crime and irregular migration. And given the complex security situation in the country, this requires us to be in contact with the neighboring communities and to ensure a comprehensive response with the collaboration of the local communities. And the good practices on the international level, as well as the experience gained in Iraq, particularly by the police and law enforcement agencies, is an added value, and we all have shared a responsibility, and we need to get together to find sustainable solutions related to security issues and to fight crime, particularly organized crime. And this requires also focusing on the participation of all categories, particularly vulnerable categories and women. And the government has issued a law to strengthen the participation of women in all public sectors. And this will be providing tangible security outcome. And Iraq is the first country in the Middle East to ratify a law on women and security. And it also highlights the role of social security, civil society organizations and local communities to enhance the dialogue between the different stakeholders and the different parties of the community, because this kind of collaboration between the different stakeholders can be an added value and should be reinforced. The comprehensive management of the Identification and Border Directorate is a priority and requires the real and efficient coordination between different or all relevant stakeholders. And this requires a collaboration between the agencies in charge of the borders, the law enforcement agencies, and all other stakeholders. I am talking to you while I have with me colleagues from other ministries who are part of the working team. We have been working together since April 2019, and we have achieved many steps forward. For example, setting the regulations and the roles. We've also conducted a comprehensive assessment of the Directorate of Migration to identify the resources and the capacities available within this entity. And we consider that providing a right platform to discuss the issues and the best responses as a priority. And we work with all relevant stakeholders, particularly international ones, and I mean by that essentially IOM. And in addition to that, we focus in Iraq on the strategic cohesion. We have a national strategy for the management of migration, and that is in the within the guiding principles of the GCM. We focus on the use of a comprehensive management that will address all aspects of migration, and this is activated and strengthened in line with the within the national strategic plan for 2030. I would like to note that the GCM was an important tool that helped us in structuring and developing our policies in Iraq. It provided us with a clear framework with coherent objectives that is right-based. Iraq has achieved many steps forwards in the past years, and that was done by adopting a comprehensive approach that integrates or that is based on the participation of all stakeholders, such as the technical working group, civil society, local communities, the government, the Directorate of Identification and Migration, which is essential to provide a safe and a comprehensive management of our borders. We look forward for today's discussions, and I would like to thank all the organizers and thank you for giving us the floor. Have a good day.
Thank you so much, Excellency. شكرا جزيلا على القيمة.
Thank you for this valuable presentation and contribution.
Ahmed, Mrs. Zirani Ahmed is the current Deputy Regional Director at IFRC MENA. She brings more than 20 years of extensive hands-on experience in the design and development of large-scale programs in complex emergency and developing country contexts in the Middle East and North Africa. Prior to the current post, Rania held the post of Chief Child Protection at UNICEF in Libya, and prior to that, she held leadership positions in different countries, including Deputy Regional Director, MENA, Head of Mission, North Africa, Regional Operations Director, MENA, and other key posts with the Danish Refugee Council, Save the Children, and other organizations such as CARE International, UNOPS, and USAID. Mrs. Rania, please, the floor is yours.
صباح الخير. Good morning, colleagues here today. معلش let me have my intervention بالعربي بالإنجليزي sorry since yeah technical terminologies in Arabic is a bit hard. شكرا لكم كلكم. أنا النهارده today I'm presenting the International Federation for Red Cross Red Crescent. I'm so glad to be here with all of you. I'd like to thank IOM, United Nations Network of Migration, for the efforts of bringing all of us here today. It's an amazing opportunity to link communities, governments with policy makers. Today I'm not just presenting the Federation. I'm actually presenting 17 national societies, who are the 17 national societies in Middle East and North Africa region that we are supporting closely. We are the Secretariat who are working with them closely to ensure and allow they have the right capacities, technical expertise, and support to implement the different programs on the ground, using the movement fundamental principles of humanity, impartiality, neutrality, and independence, and others. So basically, looking into our humanitarian and fundamental principles and linking that to the global compact, I think there is no huge difference. It's the same. For years, I've been witnessing with my eyes. I'm Egyptian myself, so I'm from this region who've been suffering a lot from the migration. My country was one of the origin countries which lots of our people been migrating. My last mission was in Libya, so I was able to go and see migrants in lots of the detention centers, in urban settings, and what they go through. In a country that was also suffering from conflict, but the same situation in different countries in the region. And this emphasizes that no one takes the deadly Mediterranean journey or the deadly journey even at the desert by choice. They do that because of lots of problems and lots of risks at their own country. So no one put their son or daughter or wife in a boat trying to for hope, because unless they are dead already, they have no hope in life already. I think today the most important thing is to link the policy with the community, and this is one of the aspects that I think it was bit gap into different discussions. We always discuss the global compact from a policy level, calls for member states, but calls for leaders around the world. But also we need to see what could be the action from community level that support origin countries, in transit countries, and at final destination. As International Federation, we've been working very closely with our national societies to build their capacities, to allow social cohesion and acceptance with the communities, to build the understanding, to ensure advocating on national, global, and regional level. But also we've been providing services that ensure holistic approach in tackling the access and the support to the migrants from all levels, including the COVID response. We're always calling for equity, and we were always calling and we will continue call for better coordinations, because sometimes we all work in silos, and coordination is not just having meetings to discuss who's doing what, but be able to be strong enough to allow having decisions for the best interest of the migrants in different countries and the displaced population. Saying that, allow me to, from my experience, but also from what I've seen, I think that there are different aspects need to be taken forward and hopefully could be part of our discussion today. Most of the migrants have no access to basic services. Most of the migrants are still struggling to send their child to a school or have health support. And because I'm cautious of the time, let me put them into points. First point is the discussion should be community policy level rather than policy community level. It needs to be from a bottom to top approach, what the communities need and how can we support them. Holistic approach, access to basic services, including emphasis on inclusion and social cohesion with host communities. Basic, clearly holistic approach when it comes to services, not just protection, but education, health, COVID response, COVID vaccination, which is important for everyone. Ensure birth registration and stateless population are not left behind. Birth registration to allow also mitigate the risk of trafficking and exploitation to migrants, especially women and children who are the most vulnerable in these communities. And lately, we cannot talk about protection and durable solution without tackling this from all levels, from origin, transit, and final destination levels. And we cannot tackle it alone in silos. We have to work together. As he always says, together we can. So please, I would urge that the discussion, and I'm very well aware of time, the discussion go how we can take these initiatives from bottom to top approach. How can we translate the policy level into things that the community can read and can implement on the ground to allow the protection and the durable solutions we want. Thank you so much. I give the floor back to Zaina. Thank you,
Thank
Dr.
you, Rania. Thank you so much for a very valuable intervention that are much valued. I want to give the floor to his professor, Mr. Laskri Mohammed Taib from Algeria. Professor Laskri is a member of the Council of the Nation of Algeria. Please, the floor is yours.
شكرا شكرا
Thank you, and best regards to all of the participants. I would like to thank all of the organizers for having held this virtual conference that will allow us to discuss a very important topic, which is migration. Regarding this first round table and the different objectives, I want to talk about objective number 4, which is in my opinion very important. And this objective is about the need to ensure that all migrants have proof of legal identity and adequate documentation. The word legal is included in objective 4, and this compels us to speak about regular and irregular migrants. And as I've mentioned previously, in the previous conference, Algeria has some reservations about the compact, especially that it does not distinguish between regular and irregular migrants in order to benefit as much as possible from the available services. And let me also talk about objective number 10 and objective number 11. Objective number 10 deals with preventing, combating, and eradicating trafficking in persons in the context of international migration. And I would like in this regard to tell you that Algeria has always adopted an integrated approach, a participatory approach that relies on respecting human rights, sovereignty, and national security. It is an approach that is based on the sharing of burden principle and balance when dealing with the different aspects of this phenomenon, whether we're talking about the human rights aspect, the security aspect, or the root causes leading to irregular migration. And we have to take into account specific priorities pertaining to migrants and the need to protect the dignity of all those who migrate, especially that some of the migrants might become victims of networks like women and children. This is why we all together have, based on this approach to fight transnational organized crime, and we need to cooperate more when it comes to migration. Partners have also to involve the concerns of the countries of origin, countries of transit, and countries of destination in a balanced manner. Algeria was a country that used to export migrants. Now Algeria has become a country of transit and country of destination. Algeria has been witnessing flows of migrants coming from the African Sahara. Algeria has also hosted a big number of refugees coming from the Sahel, from Libya and Syria. Algeria has always been committed to hosting these people and has provided them with hospitality. Algeria has always respected rights and dignity of migrants who live on its territory. And Algeria has adopted legal arrangements and practical arrangements in order to fight irregular migration. I will conclude now, Mrs. Moderator, says the speaker. Algeria prefers to resort to the voluntary return principle so that migrants can go back to the countries of origin. I still have more if it's possible, but however, maybe I can ask the floor later on. Thank you. Thank you, says the moderator. Thank you, Professor Laskri. Unfortunately, we do not have lots of time. I hope that we will have a new opportunity to listen to the experiences of Algeria. Let us now move to General Vladi Sharbashi from the Internal Security Forces in Lebanon. The floor is yours, General. Good morning, everyone. I am Major Sharbaji and not General. Thank you, Mrs. Moderator. Good morning, everyone. Please allow me first to thank the organizers and to thank all the people who have worked in order to organize this conference. I wish you success and I hope that you will be able to achieve all of your objectives. I am a major at the Internal Security Forces. It is a Lebanese institution that covers the land, the air, and the borders of Lebanon. We work in policing, and we have a series of preemptive measures in order to prevent crimes. And we also have another department that discovers crimes, collects evidence, and undertakes investigation. At the time being, the ISF is also mandated with guarding the prisons by the time the prison administration is transferred to the Ministry of Justice according to the preset plan. The internal security forces are responsible for the security of citizens without any discrimination or distinction. All people living in Lebanon, irrespective of their citizenship, are to abide by the ISF rules, and there is no discrimination whatsoever between Lebanese citizens and people from other citizenship. The ISF, as a police force, investigates in criminal acts, and we work in order to prevent crimes. And whenever a crime occurs, we arrest the authors and the perpetrators, irrespective of their nationality. So whether they are Lebanese or not, they are perpetrators, and the victims, whether they are Lebanese or not, have to enjoy safety and have to have access to justice. In addition to that, the perpetrators have to be sent to the relevant authorities, irrespective of their citizenship, while taking into account the difference between minors, people with special needs, or other characteristics that vulnerable people might have. When it comes to the crimes pertaining to migrants, we noticed that the biggest crime is probably trafficking in person and smuggling of migrants, i.e. Objective 10. And in this regard, ISF leads awareness-raising campaigns through traditional or digital media. We also use our social media channels. We organize workshops and seminars, and we participate in workshops organized by other stakeholders. We also have a partnership with the authorities as an example. This is just an example. And we also organize meetings with parliamentary committees and a law on fighting trafficking in persons was drafted. We worked also with the Beirut Bar Association and with the parliamentarians, and there is also a practical guide on how to fight trafficking in persons. We have also organized a training to all of our members or our frontline members on how to receive complaints from the citizens and how to welcome citizens in our centers. We also have specific rooms where we can welcome the victims, and we have also trained our members on fighting trafficking in persons. So now we have an office that deals with fighting trafficking in persons. In 2020, in collaboration with IOM, we have updated and rehabilitated this office. The ISF has also an internal memo called How to Deal with Trafficking in Persons and How to Support Victims. We have also conducted trainings for our members on human rights in general and on trafficking in persons in particular. So our members are being trained on this topic in a regular way. And we have also advanced training sessions on the same topic. When it comes to detention or objective number 13, despite the big difficulties that the ISF is facing since our prisons are overcrowded, the ISF are working with all of the relevant authorities in order to reduce overcrowdedness in prisons, and efforts are underway in order to abide by human rights standards like the Nelson Mandela standards and others. So we respect the standards irrespective of the citizenship of the detainees, because human rights should be available to everyone. So we also organize training sessions to our prison personnel. And we have established lately a committee to fight torture in detention centers and in prisons. This committee is made up of PhD holders and officers, male and female, who visit these prisons and centers in a regular way, or whenever they receive complaints about any problem. And here too, we don't take into account the citizenship of the detainees. Another committee has also been established based on the CAC Convention. And we are working on introducing all of these international standards in our laws and regulations. We also have a partnership with the civil society organizations, and we keep on working with local authorities, regional and international organizations to receive support and assistance. And visits can be undertaken to prisons whenever need be. I'm really sorry, but the sound is cutting off. We are also working on improving prison conditions. We are also training our members. Since the start of the detention until the last day they are in these centers of detention, and we allow detainees to have access to a medical supervision, and also inmates are, or detainees are also entitled to resort to a translator. We also have posters in our centers regarding the rights of the detainees, and people who are listened to when they have to sign the minutes of the meeting, they are entitled to look at what has been written about them in order to avoid any imbalance. So the detainee can read the minutes of the investigation before signing on them. The moderator is telling him, you still have 1 minute. I'm really sorry, but the sound keeps on cutting off. So we also take into account any medical condition that the detainees might have. In the Rumiyah prison, we have something called the Blue House, and it hosts people who have specific needs or specific illnesses. And we also have a medical center in all of our prisons. Prisoners are always having medical exams and tests. And if we're talking of small centers, then we have regional medical centers that also are responsible for these detention centers. And thank you, Dr. Mohanna. Thank you, says the moderator. This is a very interesting presentation. Unfortunately, we are running out of time. Thank you for sharing this important information with us. We will definitely listen to other countries' experiences and to learn more about what they are doing.
Panelist. She's the head of the Migrant Center in Caritas, Lebanon, and she has a long experience in protection of migrants and their families, with working in advocacy, protection, awareness raising, service provision, and others. Please, Mrs. Hassan, you have 5 minutes. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Zena. Good morning, everyone. Hope you are doing well. I can say that here in Lebanon, an effective way to improve the condition of work of migrants is to begin to address racism, and especially by reforming the sponsorship kafala system. Ideally, this would send a signal to the Lebanese people that migrants in Lebanon enjoy the same rights and privileges as any other labor in Lebanon. Measures should include as well reforming education, health, and labor laws. The gender inequalities are mimicked between refugees and migrants here across the formal labor market. Foreign workers have been walloped by the crisis, especially I mentioned yesterday the economic crisis, COVID-19, and recently by the explosion of the port. Many employers can no longer afford to pay their wages, and dozens of them have been forced to sleep in the streets recently. Some of them do not have their passports with them, and others decided even to leave their employers because they are obliged to work with no money, especially with this crisis of the USD in Lebanon. The kafala system, which is akin to they save visa status to their employers, and now more of them are working in a very bad conditions and called exploitative conditions, and especially which is worsening after the economic and financial crisis. Because of severity of abuse faced by migrant workers today and the lack of protection they endure, whether male or female in Lebanon, the country has yet to improve the legal protection framework to ensure better labor conditions, despite some positive developments that have occurred in the past years. As such, the legal and policy framework covering the basic human and labor rights of migrants in Lebanon is not in line with the C189 and other relevant standards, including those linked to fundamental principles and rights at work. While the government has formed a national steering committee in 2005 with the Ministry of Labor on domestic work and discussed various draft policies covering migrant domestic workers, unfortunately, none has passed into law in exception to unified contract in 2009. In the meantime, domestic workers remain excluded from the most laws and policies covering national workers, including the right to freedom of association. Here I want to emphasize about the children of migrant workers who are the growing population in Lebanon. Tragically, for many, their most basic rights are not being realized, including their rights to birth registration, education, and health. I can say here as well, one of the most need is to look no further than Lebanon's own international obligations under various international conventions, but to find legal standards that Lebanon should be working towards. Recently, the internal security forces, the general security and other entities have increased the prevention and protection measurements with regards to COVID-19, especially during the 3 last months. They are very keen in protecting detainees along with their officers and guards. Victims and potential victims of human trafficking are immediately referred to shelters for protection without any delay. Detention of cases is being decreased, hence more referrals are done to shelters for protection. Internal security forces have been increased during the pandemic since they weren't referring migrants to prisons, but rather than referring them to protection and to be followed up by agencies and by NGOs and INGOs. I can as well speak about even good practices that Lebanese NGOs, INGOs, and UN agencies, and even the Lebanese government have been working on, especially the review and the launching of the SUC, the Unified Conduct, which has unfortunately been rejected. The government has been recently working a lot and engaging in campaign towards the rights of migrant workers. And in line with the 7 objectives subject of this session discussion, I want to emphasize on other good practices like the pre-departure orientation trainings that we're doing in the countries of origin, the programs of voluntary returns to the countries of origin, the shelters for NGOs in Lebanon for the protection of victims and referrals of victims from different stakeholders and even from the Lebanese government, like internal security forces and general security, the cooperation between NGOs and INGOs and UN agencies in the protection of detainees in prisons and detention centers, and recently a book of rights and responsibility which is distributed in different languages at Beirut airport in cooperation with the Lebanese government, immigration authorities at the general security. And we have been working with the Ministry of Labor to upgrade the hotline to protect better migrant workers through this hotline and through trainings and workshops workshops for the social workers handling this hotline 24 hours, 7 days a week. And for sure, different workshops with the respective diplomatic missions and stakeholders for bilateral coordinating efforts. This is what I can summarize and say for the moment.
Thank you so much for sticking to that.
mentioned, really, there are a lot of improvements from the Lebanese governments together with NGOs working to provide support and improve the working conditions of the migrant workers in Lebanon. Thank you, Zaina. Thank you all.
Thank you so much, Hassan, for an exchange of very valuable experience and long experience in support of migrants. And thank you so much for sticking to the time. The floor now is for the members of the delegation of Tunisia. If you can please stick to 3 minutes. The floor is yours.
Thank you for granting me the floor. I will try to focus on the most important measures and initiatives that the Tunisian government has undertaken in order to fight trafficking in persons and to facilitate the entrance of migrants when it comes to Objective 21 and Objective 10. So regarding fighting trafficking in persons, we have joined the UN Convention on the against transnational organized crime, and there are many efforts at the legal level. A law has been issued pertaining to trafficking in persons. A guide has also been prepared about the law against trafficking in persons. The guide was drafted by the National Committee for Combating Trafficking in Persons. We have recognized the international standards in this regard. This committee is also drafting a national report and publishing it during the month of January. We have also provided health care for free to victims. We are also raising awareness about the phenomenon of fighting trafficking in persons, and we are also establishing national, regional, and international partnerships in this regard. When it comes to the return of migrants, many efforts are being undertaken in order to support or in order to work with different countries, mainly European countries. We also signed different agreements pertaining to migration. In addition to that, in 2016, we had many memoranda of understanding that were signed. Regarding the reintegration, there are many mechanisms pertaining to reintegration. This is taking place through the bilateral agreements. And lately, we have updated the national mechanism for return in order to promote the economic and social reintegration of migrants coming back from European countries, while also allowing them to receive assistance during their return. Many other bilateral projects are also being implemented in order to reintegrate migrants who return to my country. Thank you. Thank you, says the moderator. I would like to thank you for this contribution. I would like to thank the Tunisian delegation for sharing their experience.
Christina Albertine. Ms. Christina is the regional representative of the UNODC in the Last MENA region, bringing us more than 30 years of experience to the floor. Please, the floor is yours. Minutes, please.
Good morning, distinguished partners, experts, and colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the United Nations Office on Drugs and Crime, the Regional Office for the Middle East and North Africa, it is my great pleasure to be here and participate in this very important event of the Arab Regional Review for the Global Compact for Migration. And I really have listened with delight to the very interesting and important experiences that member states and other partners have already shared on the implementation of the GCM. As we all know, the GCM was endorsed in 2018 in Marrakesh by a multitude of countries, believing in and committed to its objectives. With 23 objectives, the GCM provides a 360-degree approach to migration governance and offers a roadmap to help achieve safe, orderly, and regular migration. Importantly, it is rooted in a whole of society and whole of government approach. And one of the guiding principles is the rule of law, a cornerstone of UNODC's mandate, and subsequently of our normative and technical assistance work in the region. The objectives we are discussing at today's roundtable aim to further increase our collective work. And that also means enhancing the transnational, the cross-border response to smuggling of migrants, trafficking in persons, and managing borders in an integrated, secure, and coordinated manner, with a view to secure safe migration and bring those to justice who abuse of migrants and deliver justice to those who have been victimized by smugglers and traffickers while on the journey. Our role is to support the member states and the civil society to achieve the objectives of the GCM in partnership with the international community and our UN sister agencies. This review provides us with a unique opportunity to assess the progress of the GCM and the real achievements we have made, also taking into account the challenges we faced due to COVID-19 that has left no one untouched. And we are here to identify renewed and impactful steps ahead, leaving no one behind. As we all know, lockdown and travel restrictions have not stopped irregular journeys facilitated by smugglers. We expect, we fear, and we already see that the economic crisis and impact resulting from COVID-19 exacerbate the impact of migration flows out of most affected countries, including in the MENA region, and with that, trafficking in human beings and smuggling of migrants. If you have seen the last report that UNODC has published on trafficking in human beings, we clearly see a higher share of children being trafficked over the last decade. And we also see a new trend that even more boys are now trafficked, while still 70% of the victims of human trafficking remain women and girls. Human trafficking and migrant smuggling are transnational organized crimes. They undermine the integrity and security of countries and communities. They cost yearly thousands of people their lives and violate their human rights and their dignity. As the guardian of the United Nations Convention Against Transnational Organized Crime and the protocols on trafficking in human beings and smuggling of migrants, UNODC works with all member states to prevent and counter smuggling of migrants and human trafficking, as well as promote cooperation among state parties while protecting the rights of smuggled and trafficked migrants. Yesterday, UNODC launched its Africa Vision 2030, which is very relevant to North African countries present here, as well as to all our partners. In our new people-centered vision, we look at how we can make people in Africa safe from human traffickers and migrant smugglers, how we can improve law enforcement and cross-border cooperation and deliver justice through strengthened institutions, consistent with the overall GCM objectives. I invite you all to have a look at this new vision, which is published on our website, and we have widely circulated it in social media. On behalf of UNODC, I would like to congratulate all parties of the GCM, and I would like to assure all our partners and member states of our continued commitment to working with all of you to vigorously advance the work that remains ahead of us to help achieve safe, orderly, and regular migration for all migrants across the region and beyond. We will always be united for migration for our shared future. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Christina. Thank you so much for tapping into the collective work for enhancing transnational effort to combat smuggling, trafficking, and in time we know that during crises, trafficking increase widely and we need mechanisms and tools to address it. Our next intervention is by Mrs. Anna Belen Angita. Mrs. Belen is the Senior Community Protection Officer and Mixed Movement Focal Point at UNHCR in the MENA Regional Bureau in Amman. Please, Belen, the floor is yours. Your intervention is for 3 minutes. Thank you so much.
Hello, Sabah al Khair, Excellencies, the distinguished delegates, and dear colleagues. On behalf in a bureau, I would like to thank the League of Arab States, ESCOA, and the International Organization of Migration for coordinating together with the UN Migration Network this regional review on the Global Compact on Migration for the Arab region. We're grateful for this space to UNHCR today. A special word of appreciation to all distinguished participants for their contributions to this review. UNHCR provides international protection to refugees by assisting government, and we are also an executive committee member of the UN Migration Network. Refugees move across international borders due to fear of persecution and violence. Migrants often moved for socioeconomic reasons and sometimes extreme poverty and hard living conditions. With over 6.2 million refugees and asylum seekers in the MENA region, it is crucial to recognize the difference between them to effectively promote access to safety and protection for all. The framework for the protection of refugees is the Global Compact for Refugees, which is separate and distinct from the Global Compact on Migration. However, UNHCR is mandated to the coordination of the Global Compact on Refugees, is eager to continue assisting the implementation of all the 23 objectives of the Global Compact on Migration. Contribution and synergies with UNHCR work related to the objectives that we are discussing in this roundtable include the following ones. So we support birth registration and documentation to prevent statelessness, prevent trafficking and smuggling, and ensure access to multi-sectoral services, which is in line with the Global Compact, Migration Objective number 4. We have worked together with IOM and governments and other partners to develop standard operating procedures for search and rescue with the mind of the overcoming the implementation of ad hoc agreements and the subsequent unequal responsibility sharing, which is in line with objective number 8. We also have been supporting the transnational dialogues and facilitating training on prevention and response to trafficking and smuggling in the region. Together with IOM, UNHCR colleagues Global Task Force on Trafficking and Smuggling, which of course is aligned and supports the implementation of Objective 9 and 10. In line with Objective 12, we have mapped and trained protection networks to enhance screening and referrals. And through our detention guidelines and global strategy, we're working to promote alternatives to detention. Together with UNICEF, UNHCR is co-chairing, and also with the International Detention Coalition, we're co-chairing the UN Migration Network on Working Group on Detention, which is in line with Objective number 13. Providing this support and also while contributing to the situation report of international migration, UNHCR realized the additional challenges faced by government and stakeholders to address migration in the context of COVID-19 pandemic, as well as some commensurable efforts to include migrants in related responses. UNHCR stands ready to continue supporting the implementation of the Global Compact on Migration and the Sustainable Development Goals, ensuring that no one is left behind. Thank you, and wish you a very good meeting.
Thank you, Belen. Thank you so much for the intervention. Our next speaker is Mr. Mohammed Wajdi Aidi. Mr. Mohammed is the Deputy Mayor of the city of Sfax in Tunisia and member of the Municipal Council in charge of decentralized cooperation.
دكتورة زينة عفوا you are on mute.
Yes, thank you. Yeah. I just noticed. I wanted to thank Mrs. Belen and welcome Mr. Wajdi Aidi as the Deputy Mayor of the city of Sfax in Tunisia, member of the Municipal Council and member of the right of the city and also a lawyer at the Court of Cassation. Please, Mr. Mohammed Wajdi Aidi, the floor is yours. أستاذ محمد عايدي تفضل بالكلام.
You have the floor, sir. Mr. Mohammed.
Mr. Hamdi Abdelbaqi Barwari. Mr. Barwari is a lawyer and counselor and director at the human rights organization in Kurdistan, The Hook. تفضل مستر بهواري لديك 3 دقائق.
Mr. Bahwari, you have 3 minutes. Go ahead. Thank you. We are honored to take part in this regional review conference. Ladies and gentlemen, representatives of countries, multi-stakeholders, good morning. Unfortunately, what the representatives of governments, of international organizations and stakeholders have referred to about all the reforms and the advancements made in safe migration. Unfortunately, in the Arab regions, there is a lot of irregular migration and displacement that's still facing a lot of problems. In my presentation, I will focus on Objective 4. Of course, there should be an agreement or an international agreement for the protection of all individuals, similarly to the Convention on the Protection of Workers, because that one is just particular for workers. There should be an agreement or a convention that covers all categories of migrants. As for Objective 8, there should be an international coordination when it comes to the missing migrants. There should be a coordination between international organizations, particularly IOM, WHO, and the relevant ministries, because there are a lot of individuals who fall victim particularly in the EJC or in the European countries. There are a lot of migrants who are coming whether from Syria or Iraq or any other country, particularly Arab countries, are missing. As for Objective 9, there should be a strengthening of the transitional response to smuggling of migrants and the implementation of laws that fight human trafficking. As for Objective 11, there should be a coordination and to have a better coordination on the borders. For Objective 13, when it comes to the implementation of the International Migration Convention, when it comes to the non-detention of migrants, because there are a lot of countries that are putting migrants in detention, whether they were regular or irregular migrants. As for Objective 21, of course, when it comes to the return of the migrants, there should be a better coordination between the countries that host migrants. And the problem is that there is no mechanism for the return of migrants. There are some international organizations that help some of the returnees, but there should be more comprehensive management. There should be a national mechanism for the return of migrants with the participation of all stakeholders to provide economic opportunities, etc., for the reintegration of the migrants in society, and not as it is usually said, just do it yourself and depend on yourself all alone. There should be some radical solutions available, and the international community has a responsibility in settling conflicts and building peace, especially in the Arab countries that are suffering ongoing wars and crises. There should be an international protection of migrants and refugees when they return home, and to provide them with a decent life and living conditions, protecting their political, economic, and social rights, and to encourage the youth to participate in the political life, to be able to mitigate irregular migration or displacement. Thank you. Thank you. Mr. Barwari.
الآن ننتقل إلى القاضي أيمن أحمد.
Now to Mr. Ayman Ahmed from Lebanon. You have the floor. Good morning. I would like first to thank all the organizers for organizing this conference, and we exert all efforts to implement the GCM and its objectives in the short run. In my presentation, I will focus on two issues, the legal aspect and the procedural aspect. When it comes to the legal aspects with regards to the objectives of this roundtable, the Lebanese laws guarantee the right of individuals to resort to the justice system, whether they were nationals or non-nationals. And the law does not include any discriminative text or articles or provisions. And the Lebanese laws allow foreigners who are legal residents in Lebanon to benefit from the legal aid and the appointment of a counselor in legal procedures has not discriminated between Lebanese and non-Lebanese. When it comes to the sanction laws and penal laws in Articles 668 has sanctioned for the imprisonment of anyone who commits fraud from 3 months to 3 years and to pay also a fine. And in this regard, law 682 was adopted in 2005, which allowed the Lebanese government to be a member of the International Convention on the Prevention of Human Trafficking, and also Law 168, which punishes human trafficking and the crime of human trafficking, and it allows the foreign victim to live on the Lebanese soil throughout the legal procedures and investigation by law. And the Ministry of Justice submitted a draft law that aims at amending the current law with the aim of identifying several principles that go in line with international conventions to prohibit and fight human trafficking, to fight a protection mechanism that will allow victims to have the necessary aid and right, and to follow and to persecute the criminals and perpetrators by establishing a national entity for fighting human trafficking. When it comes to legal proceedings and procedures, the entities in Lebanon and all law enforcement agencies are bound by implementing human rights and the laws for all citizens and all residents, whether they're nationals or non-nationals. It guarantees the right of migrants and all foreigners to resort to the legal system and the judiciary. And even if they entered Lebanon in an irregular manner, that does not prohibit them from submitting their complaints to the court, and the courts are bound to protect their rights and to ensure the presence of a counselor or a lawyer. The legal entities guarantee that the foreigner, whether a regular or irregular resident in Lebanon or who is residing in Lebanon, to have a legal representation, and it guarantees their right of defense. The prosecution of individuals, trafficking in individuals and smuggling individuals are included in many texts of the law, and those who are victims of smuggling have also the right to find reparation before the legal system. And the perpetrators of human trafficking and human smuggling are dealt with severely, and the victims are dealt with as victims in line with the Palermo Protocol. When it comes to detention, the Lebanese legal system does not detain individuals, even if they entered Lebanon irregularly. It gives them actually a deadline in order to regulate their situation, and it provides alternatives to detention. Children and women are rarely detained for specific reasons, and the judicial oversight is constantly and inspection are constantly done in prisons and detention centers, and the judicial inspection team constantly and regularly visits the prisons and reports about all the issues and about all those who are detained regardless of their nationality, and reports are submitted to the relevant authorities for their consideration. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Ayman. The final speaker is Mr. Wajdi Aidi from the city of Sfax. He's the deputy mayor. Sir, you have the floor. Mr. Mohammed Wajdi Aidi. It seems that Mr. Wajdi is facing some problems with his connection. Thank you, everyone. Thank you for being with us, and thank you for your valuable presentation.
Input and for listening to these vast interventions. We have seen that these points require a lot of intervention from security agencies, legal components, civil society, protection frameworks. Trafficking and smuggling has been really an issue that require a thorough follow-up, especially with the crises and the pandemics. We thank everyone, and we thank the team and the IT support and the organizers for all the support to making this conference a success. Thank you so much.
شكرا دكتورة زينة على تيسير الجلسة وكان لدينا اهتمام.
Thank you, Dr. Zena, for moderating this roundtable, and we had a really wide participation. Unfortunately, it's very limited, particularly in the virtual world. As organizers, we had sent invitation to all the participants to ask to take the floor, and we tried as much as possible to give the floor to the biggest number of participants from the different number of countries and different multi-stakeholders. We tried to establish a kind of balance between all the panelists. We apologize from all those who were not able to take the floor. We welcome any written interventions or contributions to be done through the chat box. We have about 9 minutes break to resume our work at 11:30. 11:30. So in 9 minutes from now. Thank you very much.
Apologies, could you repeat? I can hear you, yes. But yeah, so the problem is that I can hear myself quite loudly. Yes. Let me check. No, now it's. Well, there's a little lag, so I can still hear myself. Yeah. Perfect. Yeah. Hello there. Yeah, perfect. I can't. Yeah. Yeah. That. Okay. Yeah.
Hello.
I think. Yeah. No, I cannot hear anything at all from me. Yeah, it's perfect. Thank you so much.
Can you hear me now?
Hello, Dr. Paul. Yes, yes, we can hear you.
Okay.
I think there might have been a little bit of sound bleeding, but nothing like today. So I'm glad. No, this is perfect. Thank you so much. Bye bye. Speak to you later.
Sorry, I think we're doing some tests with the interpreters.
Hello.
Hello, yes, Dr. Paul, we can hear you.
Hello, Dr. Paul. Thank you for joining us. The session will be starting in another 4 minutes. So if you can bear with us, thank you.
No worries. No worries. And I take the orders of the speakers to be as presented in the agenda.
If you don't mind, Dr. Paul, if you can look at perhaps the chat with the colleagues on your phone. We are assisting the moderators behind the scenes, and maybe that would be more helpful than to discuss it over online. Thank you. We will be in touch with you directly via WhatsApp on your phone. Thank you.
No worries.
Would you want to turn on your camera just so you can test it?
You're talking to me?
Yes, yes, Dr. Paul. Would you like to turn on your camera to test it?
Let me try. Let me see, the camera is here. And here I am. Is that okay?
Yes, yes, doctor. This is good. I think I hear you well. If we notice any glitches with the sound, and if you start breaking up, we will then just maybe ask you to turn off your camera. Otherwise, this is excellent. Thank you.
No worries.
Hello, everyone. This is Rachel from the Kudo operators team. Just a very quick reminder, please, coming from our interpreters. If everyone who is presenting can please wear a headset. They are sometimes struggling to understand and therefore to interpret what is being said. So thank you so much.
مرحبا مجددا. ننتقل الآن إلى الطاولة المستديرة الثالثة.
Hello again. We now move to the second roundtable pertaining to the review of GCM objectives 14, 15, 16, 19, 20, and 22. And during this session, we will be talking about different challenges, good practices, lessons learned when it comes to achieving these objectives. I call upon Dr. Paul Tabar to moderate this session. Dr. Tabar is the director of the Institute for Migration Studies and a professor in sociology, anthropology at the Lebanese American University. He also has many publications that I cannot mention here, among which Migration and Formation of Political Elite in Lebanon and Arab Communities in Australia. He's also the co-author of different books. And he's the editor of a book series on migrant studies in collaboration with Professor Anton Escher from the Johannes Gutenberg University in Germany. Dr. Tabar, the floor is yours. Now we can hear you, says Sarah.
Thank you for having me to moderate this important session. By looking at the actual titles and the topics, I would expect a very interesting and informative, and I'm sure decisive seminar will come out of this session. Let me please first and foremost introduce the first speaker, who is Mr. Sharif Oualid. Sorry for the bad pronunciation if I did not pronounce it properly. Who is a director of Consular Affairs, Ministry of Foreign Affairs in Algeria. Can you please, the floor is yours. Go ahead. It looks like Mr. Sharif is not there. I don't see it actually joining us. Would you like me to introduce the next speaker? Okay, we have with us Mr. Salim Kurkumaz, and I hope that he is more ready than the previous speaker, and would like to introduce him. Let me please, you know, I don't really have the actual bio in front of me. Do you mind, I mean, please, because with all this technology in front of me, I'm not in full control yet. Would you mind please introduce yourself to the audience? Thank you.
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Moderator. So, dear participants, thank you for attending the session, and I would like to thank also the organizers for inviting us to this event. My name is Salim Korkmaz. I am the General Coordinator of UCL Geneva. I have been in this organization for 7 years, so I have I have gained a lot of experience in terms of dealing with local governments in many aspects, not only in migration. We are supposed to follow up local government's agenda through different perspectives. And of course, for the last 5 years, we have been working with the local governments in this region, particularly on sustainable development goals and how to localize them. We are helping them. We are helping them to prepare their own VLRs and etc. So let me start by introducing our organization as well. UCLG, I think many of our participants already know, United Cities and Local Governments, and we are the Middle East and West Asia section of this organization. We are based in Istanbul, our office is in Istanbul, but of course our geographical area covers a lot of countries in the region, all the Gulf countries, the Arabic Peninsula, as well as Iran and Afghanistan in the north. So we are a network of local governments in this region. And our relevance for migration topic is, of course, this is the region with a quite high number of, quite a high number and percentage of refugees and migrants. And it has always been a region where human mobility was always strong. Just a second. Yeah, so for UCL Geneva, for us, migration is always among the top priorities in our agenda. We have established a committee on social inclusion, which is an umbrella structure where we deal with migration issues as well. And we have established a global task force on migration to follow up the Gaziantep Declaration, which is the outcome of 2019 Gaziantep Municipal Forum on Migration in Turkey. This task force is having regular meetings to discuss different aspects of migration through a regional perspective, but it's a global task force. So we are trying to combine the regional experiences with the global ones. And so my remarks will be based on our actual inputs from that global task force because they are working on this a lot. So COVID-19 had an immense pressure on public basic services and their provision. It's at the national level as well as local level, as we know. So there might be a tendency among the public administrators to prioritize their citizens over migrants due to lack of resources and facilities. But local governments are in a different position because they are supposed to provide basic services no matter what the national identities are. Because for them the word citizen and citizenship does not apply because they are supposed to serve the whole community regardless of their country of origin. Of course, it does not mean that they have a similar difficulty which the national governments have, because in crisis times, when the demand for a certain service exceeds the capacity of local governments, they are also overwhelmed and have difficulty in answering the needs of the whole population. This is particularly true in metropolitan areas, which are the ultimate points of arrivals for migrants in most cases, because when they are looking for better opportunities, they feel that they can find those opportunities in metropolitan cities. So they tend to go to metropolitan cities with quite large cities where they feel like they can easily reach the basic services that they need. So in this regard, intermediary cities, which are the cities with 50,000 to 1 million population, they are in a better position to absorb some of the migrants where they can reach basic services easier because those cities are in most cases better equipped and they have more resources than what is needed for their own population. They are dealing with smaller populations, whereas they have larger resources in most cases. So we believe that those cities can be better utilized in terms of migration management. I would like to also talk about the impact of COVID-19 on social inclusion of migrants. As UCL Geneva, and particularly our Social Inclusion Committee, we made a research to explore the impacts of COVID-19 on migrants as well as on local governments. We had some interesting results because before we started the research, we anticipated that the pandemic might have had a negative impact on the tension between the host communities and migrants, because there is a supposed competition to access limited resources and services. However, we found out that no such increase in tensions has occurred or reported. The reason behind this is, I think both migrants and host communities have finally understood that the threat imposed by the pandemic on their livelihoods is the same for both groups. So it doesn't change depending on whether they're migrants or the host community. However, in the recovery phase, this may not be the case. We need to make sure that the migrants should receive the same amount of support and incentives that the host communities will have. In the beginning, I mentioned the Sustainable Development Goals. So in this regard, they should not be left behind in the recovery phase, because we have managed so far not to increase the tension, and COVID-19 didn't have a negative impact in terms of social inclusion of migrants. But in the recovery phase, in the financial aspect, we need to make sure that this remains the case, and we shouldn't favor our own citizens. As I said, for local authorities, it may be easier because they don't have this definition of citizens or not. But this message should go to all the levels of government as well. I don't want to exceed my time, so thank you for giving me the floor, and I will remain available for any further questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Korkomaz, and allow me to step in as the master of ceremony. We seem to have lost Dr. Tabar due to probably connectivity issues. So thank you so much for your very valuable intervention. And if you can, participants, please allow us maybe a minute to allow Dr. Tabar to log back in. Thank you.
What is going on? I can't hear.
Dr. Tabar, you're back with us. So welcome back. And if you would like to proceed, we hear you and we see you well.
No problem, but the speaker, Salim, was already on and I lost him.
Probably due to connectivity issues. Apologies. It's the difficulties of working in a virtual world. So Mr. Korkomaz has finished his speech. If you can please give the floor now to the next speaker. Thank you.
Not to worry. Okay, just a sec. The next speaker now is Miss Vian Ahmed. Vian Ahmed Sadiq is an Iraqi Kurdish activist and a humanitarian leader with 6 years experience in humanitarian leadership and women empowerment. Currently working as the regional director of the Lotus Flower NGO that empowers women and girls, particularly within internally displaced people and refugee communities. Throughout life experience, she has taken the role of managing and leading various humanitarian staff members to give a direct response to humanitarian crisis in the region, starting from the ISIS invasion in Iraq 2014 and Syrian war that ended up in the displacement of thousands of Syrian refugees to Iraq and the late outbreaks of COVID-19 in the country. While providing any kind of interventions anywhere, she ensures that her team is striving for a world where women and girls are dignified, safe, having access to education and empowered to participate in their communities and are able to drive social and economic changes. So welcome, please, Miss Vian Ahmed. Go ahead, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Paul. Hello, everyone. I extend my thanks to the organizers of this important conference, and I hope that it will pave the way for greater implementation of the GCM objectives to support migrants and refugee cause. As now the global comeback for safe, orderly, and regular migration is based on the ambitious vision that migrant and migration can be powerful drivers for development in both societies of origin, transit, and destination. The implementation of GCM objectives of 14, 15, 16, 19, 20, and 22 are extremely essential in the MENA region and in the context of COVID-19, as it enhances the consular protection, assistance, and cooperation throughout the migration cycle. More specifically, these GCM objectives call for the empowerment of migrants with the full access to their rights and obligations, as well as the provision of basic services and social protection as necessary conditions for their socio-economic integration. In the MENA region, the access to these services remains limited for migrants, partly due to stigma and discrimination, lack of national policies and plans to include migrants, migrant-friendly services or resources and capacities. Furthermore, considering the specific needs and challenges of women and child migrants is of critical importance, particularly as cultural and social norms can further hinder access to services in the region. The COVID-19 pandemic has intensified already disadvantaged conditions of low-skilled women migrant workers, especially in irregular situations. Despite the security, humanitarian, political, and social obstacles that continually occupy the MENA region, civil society and migrant organizations have worked very hard alongside international organizations, UN agencies, government institutions, as well as the private sector in the MENA region to ensure safe, orderly, dignified, and regular migration for the people of different countries. While youth and women are considered one of the most vulnerable demographics in displacement and refugee crisis, women and youth-led NGOs are also leading in positive changes within their communities. As an example, in January 2021, youth leaders from across the globe representing different civil society, international NGOs, and UN agencies gathered to celebrate Youth for Yom 2021 that focused on bringing together youth perspectives in key thematic areas from different regions to discuss challenges, good practices, and potential solutions. As representatives from the MENA region, we identified many challenges stemming from lack of documentation, lack of livelihoods, and discrimination of various labor migrant groups in the Gulf. Furthermore, lack of awareness and isolation of refugees were among other challenges highlighted. Additionally, we emphasize on the impact of COVID-19 on the lives of migrants and how it has worsened the situation. In response to this, we propose the establishment of strong implementation of frameworks for durable solutions with gender and child lens, providing pathways for women and youth voices to be heard. Essential programs also include youth and women-led consultation agencies, enhancement of social integration and livelihood and skills training programs. It's also important to ensure provision of awareness-raising programs that highlights the rights of migrants and supports their inclusion with host community. An example of civil society organization is the Lotus Flower NGO, a woman-led that directly works with the IDP, migrants, and refugees in the Kurdistan region of Iraq. Since its founding in 2016, it has provided different services that are aligned to sustainable development goals. Some successful programs that are implemented by the Lotus Flower and have positively impacted thousands of lives include Women Business Incubation, which provides financial foundation and elimination of gender-based violence services to refugee and IDP women and girls through awareness-raising programs and essential support to victims of human rights violation. Storytelling Sisters provides photography training as a professional skill and art forum for elevating women's voices and experiences. Art and music classes are also used to offer creative outlet for healing. Journalism program that supports social cohesion between different communities through the use of journalism and social media. COVID-19 response project, through which the impact of this pandemic was evaluated by the Lotus Flower through an assessment. Following the findings of this assessment, the refugee community was supported through awareness programs on COVID-19, mental health support, and refresh of refugee women-led businesses that were eminently impacted by this pandemic. Thank you very much, and I hope I respected my 5 minutes. Thank you.
Dr. Tabar, you are on mute. Dr. Tabar, لو سمحت.
Sorry, I'm sorry. How come I am mute? It's on. I have it on. My micro is on. Hello, can you hear me now? Okay. Before I give the floor to Dr. Ahmed, we need to give a 3-minute intervention for the Iraqi delegation. So can you please take the floor and go ahead?
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I would like first to thank you for granting me this opportunity to take part in this meeting. Iraq has established a national committee for population policies. It has also adopted a policy paper in this regard, a policy paper that includes many pillars, including internal and external migration. And the objectives take into account the SDGs, especially target 10.7. For the first time, Iraq has adopted a specific strategy to manage the migration file in Iraq. And this strategy takes into account the 2030 vision for Iraq. In order to establish a link between migration and development, Iraq is participating in different programs in order to benefit from the Iraqi or the skills of the Iraqis who live abroad so that development can be accelerated. And through cooperation with international organizations, we agree on establishing a center for training for the returnees in order to provide them with the needed skills and opportunities. So professional and vocational training is very important for those who leave the country and come back later on, and this will allow for an exchange of experiences and practices between everybody. Thank you. Thank you very much, says the moderator.
And now I shall introduce the next speaker. And the next speaker is Dr. Ahmed Al-Mandari has been WHO Regional Director for the Eastern Mediterranean since June 2018. Prior to that, he was a senior hospital manager in his native Oman and also served as head of the Quality Assurance Center at Oman's Ministry of Health. A specialist in family and community medicine, he studied at the Sultan Qaboos University in Oman and the Liverpool School of Tropical Medicine in the United Kingdom. As regional director, his overriding aim is to ensure that the organization responds to its member states and works closely with them to address priority health issues and challenges. Please, the floor is yours, Dr. Al-Mandari.
Thank you very much, Prof. Tabar, for your kind introduction, and thank you the committee for giving me the chance and the privilege to join this important meeting. It is an honor for me to join this important meeting and share WHO sort of view for the regional review conference on the global compact for safe, orderly, and regular migration in the Arab world or the Arab region. We have, as you all know, colleagues, we have all worked tirelessly, towards ensuring that migrants are included in universal health coverage and are protected from health emergencies, and that their overall health is improved, which is our ultimate aim. Universal health coverage continues to be our entry point in ensuring that migrants have access to health services and that their health needs are met at a cost they can afford. To achieve this, we must strengthen access to essential health services at the primary healthcare level, as well as finding feasible and sustainable ways to cover costs. Reducing health inequities among migrants is crucial because health is a fundamental human right, And it is a progressive realization, and its progressive realization provides the opportunity to enjoy life and pursue one's life plans. In the past year, as you all know, COVID-19 pandemic has taken a serious toll on health systems and populations in the region and beyond. But migrants have risen to the challenge, contributing tirelessly and as essential workers in many countries of the region to keep services running, different types of services, including the healthcare services. The pandemic has exposed huge inequities, but also offers many useful lessons that we all learned and we should continue learning from, and we should adopt and adapt our systems to fit their needs. In most of the region, the pandemic response has been universal, with testing and treatment being provided to everyone, regardless of their nationality, residency, or migratory status. And many governments are now adapting their policies to be more inclusive, including the vaccination. Countries around the world have understood that we all stand together in the other health challenges as well. We must build on this realization. The pandemic has demonstrated how important it is to include migrants in all national policies and plans, so that we can progress towards universal health coverage and the spirit of it and the real meaning of it, and are well prepared, for any future emergencies, God forbid. Article 15 of the Global Compact for Safe, Orderly, and Regular Migration calls on every member state to incorporate the health needs of migrants into national and local healthcare policies and plans. This commitment is reinforced by the WHO framework of priorities and guiding principles to promote the health of refugees and migrants. It is therefore very important and crucial that migrants are included in all measures taken to control and manage COVID-19 pandemic. Failing to do so will definitely jeopardize, our efforts to curtail the spread of the outbreak. Furthermore, the COVID-19 vaccine that have been spreading for the last few weeks should be treated as a global public good, and this message has been given by many global leaders, including our Director General. It must be made available free of charge or at affordable price at least, and administered in a non-discriminatory manner, equitable across all populations, including migrants. To conclude my remarks, Prof. Taber and colleagues, we must all come together to ensure that no one is left behind, because no one is safe, unless everyone is really safe. So to meet the objectives of the Global Compact on migration, achieve the Sustainable Development Goals, and realize our vision, IMRO vision of health for all by all in the Eastern Mediterranean region, we have to come together in a very solid, as one unit. Otherwise, we will face a lot of challenges. Again, thank you, Prof. Taber, for giving me this chance, and the organizing committee. Back to you. Thank you very much.
Again, thank you again, Dr. Al-Mundari, for the intervention that you have given by emphasizing most importantly on inclusivity and a united approach to the whole issue. Now we have the floor of 3-minute time slot allocated to members of the Tunisian delegation. So can you please go ahead and start your intervention? Thank you.
شكرا. سأحاول التونسية المتصلة بإدراج الهجرة.
Thank you. I'll try quickly to present the achievements made in Tunisia when it comes particularly to Objective 19 and 22. When it comes to Objective 19, the Tunisian government is working with the different stakeholders to integrate migration into development and sustainable development through many mechanisms and procedures mentioned by that, to integrate migrants into political life by establishing the Special Committee for the People's Council, We work also on the mobilization of the diaspora abroad and to integrate them in our local developments, to also encourage the migrants and the diaspora to invest in Tunisia, particularly those who would like to invest inside the country. And we also have the 5-year plan 2016-2020 to update the data of the diaspora and to reintegrate the diaspora in the different industrial development projects and to attract the diaspora Tunisians abroad to invest in the national investment drive by empowering them or providing them with the necessary information and facilitation. We also work on empowering the role of the Tunisian women abroad by establishing the Special Council for Women in the Diaspora, and we have established a partnership agreement between the government and Tunisia to encourage the participation of women in the investment in Tunisia. We also work on providing administrative services, and we organize the platform for the diaspora abroad to provide them with the necessary data and information they need before they return back to Tunisia, and to facilitate the administrative measurements and limit the red tapes. We also work on raising awareness and sensitization locally and capacity building by organizing training workshops on migration and development, and also to organize regular and annual training sessions at the different regions in Tunisia, and to identify the positive and added value of migrants in local communities. As for Objective 22, which relates to the Social Security entitlement, we have ratified all the international instruments related to concentrating the right to Social Security, and we also held many bilateral agreements. We have also 23 similar agreements that have been signed. We also work on ratifying different new conventions and agreements, and also to enforce those in place. So we work also on holding bilateral agreements with different countries to integrate the diaspora and labor market, and we also we work on activating all the diaspora and activating their investment in the country. Thank you.
Turn to the second speaker, who is, and let me just find the auto, if you don't mind. Yes, he is Mr. Javier Aguilar. Mr. Aguilar is the Regional Child Protection Advisor for UNICEF MENA region. He holds a PhD in clinical psychology from Lyon University, France, and an MSc Public Policy from SOAS University of London. Mr. Javier has 23 years of international experience in child protection and adolescent development. Javier has been UNICEF's Chief of Child Protection in Sri Lanka, Egypt, and India. He has also worked in France, Peru, and the Democratic Republic of Congo as a researcher, university lecturer, and designing child protection programs. Thank you for coming and participating in this event. The floor is yours, Mr. Aguilar.
Thanks a lot, Dr. Tabar. This is really a very good introduction, and I hope you can hear me well. Dear Excellencies, yes. Partners, colleagues, it's a real pleasure to be part of this conversation. As you know very well, child sensitivity is a cross-cutting and guiding principle on the Global Compact for Migration. This roundtable will be is already discussing the objectives that are so relevant to children. However, the inclusion of children in migration policies and programs is still a challenge in the Arab region and beyond. I would like to concentrate on a few solutions. We spend a lot of time highlighting the difficulties, but we want to concentrate on some solutions. When we look at objectives 14 and 15 of the Global Compact, stressing the importance of cross-border cooperation and consular protection along the migration cycle, and access to services in transit and destination for child migrants, those are key pillars for our work in protecting children. Regional evidence shows very clearly that children are subject to abuse, exploitation, trafficking, smuggling, and detention as well in transit and destination. And the most vulnerable children are those who are unregistered and unaccompanied, those children who are without any protection by relatives or people they know from their own communities. We specifically recommend as UNICEF to member states to explore bilateral coordination, as well as the regional leadership among the Arab states to establish cross-border collaboration that has a specific focus on the needs of migrant children, regardless of their nationality or status. We think that responsive and accessible consular services can effectively support ending the practice of immigration detention of children, ensure their care and protection of those unaccompanied and separated children, but also to facilitate the family tracing and reunification of those children. And more importantly, to find solutions for undocumented migrants who are unregistered and may be at risk of statelessness. We think that cooperation mechanisms should be first explored at political level. We need that political commitment. And this should be translated as soon as possible into operational plans. A few concrete measures that we would like to recommend as UNICEF. The first is we need to deploy and train social workers as they are the operational arm of any well-functioning child protection system, embedded within the protection, law enforcement, and border management services. We also need to make sure that migrant children have access to appropriate reception and care, healthcare, education, and other basic services without delay. Access to services to migrant children can and should be achieved using the whole of government and whole of society approaches of the Global Compact for Migration. UNICEF works with governments and civil society partners, and our recent consultations with stakeholders in the Arab region indicate that a multi-pronged response and partnerships are needed to reach migrant children and leave no one behind, regardless of their status. While national governments are the primary duty bearers to adopt inclusive laws and policies, these should be complemented by the increase of budgets and finance services. There is still a great unutilized potential for member states to establish wider partnerships under inclusive national policies. We are thinking here about civil society and private sector, both of which can be critical supporters in providing services and opportunities for migrants, introducing innovation and flexibility in programming. Let me finish with the objective 16 of the Global Compact for Migration. We think here that inclusion of migrant children in education, protection, and other key services will of course contribute to their overall inclusion in host societies. Migrant children and youth repeatedly tell is what we must allow to invest countering anti-discrimination and xenophobia. Let's not forget the potential of engaging children from migrant and hosting communities themselves in finding common ground and cohesion with their peers. As UNICEF, we remain committed to collaborating with partners to advance the rights of migrant children and young people. Thank you so much for your support.
Thank you, Mr. Aguilar, for the important intervention and by reminding us that migrants are not only a working force, but they do have children and they have families. Thank you very much. Now, the next speaker is Mr. Pedro de Vasconcelos. Pedro de Vasconcelos, I'm sorry if I'm mispronouncing, is manager of IFAD's financing facility for remittances and senior technical specialist on remittances, migration and inclusive finance. He is an internationally recognized expert, and contributes to national, regional, and global policy agendas. He is the lead author of the Sending Money Home reports and originator and coordinator of IFAD's International Day of Family Remittances and the Global Forum on Remittances, Investment and Development. His areas of expertise range from inclusive finance, remittance, payment systems, investments, migration, entrepreneurship, SME development, and finance. Please, the floor is yours, Pedro.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. So on behalf of IFAD, I would like to provide some updates, particularly in regards to remittances and Objective 20 of the Global Compact for Safe, Orderly, and Regular Migration. As you all know, remittances are a crucial aspect of migrant financial contributions to their country of origins. It's a vital source for millions of individuals and families across the world. And I can say actually for 1 billion of them, to be more specific, 200 million migrants contributing to 800 million beneficiaries. So it is really a global phenomenon. Particularly for the Arab region, remittances flows are extremely relevant. In 2019, migrants sent over 60 billion to their families in North Africa and the Middle East. So it is for this region as well of extreme importance. And in other words, as the UN Secretary General said it, these flows represent a lifeline in the developing world. They allow families to fight poverty and improve their access to nutrition, health, education, housing, water, sanitation. In short, they allow millions of people to achieve their own SDGs on a daily basis. And this is, I think, needs to be understood. There are steady flows. They can also promote financial inclusion to the households if linked to savings. So therefore, the development aspect of that is extremely important. But what I wanted to put is in relation to the crisis, and particularly in remittances, in relation to Objective 20 and its impact, we're very happy to see that the large-scale reduction on remittances flows initially projected did not occur. While many countries and respective corridors have indeed witnessed a momentary reduction, in fact, for a vast number, the remittance flows have actually increased. And we believe that this is extremely important. Through the Global Forum on Remittance Investment and Development that is included in the G20 that you mentioned, we have at the time launched the Remittances Community Task Force, a group of 40 institutions from all sectors, and we all created the Blueprint for Action, Response, Recovery, and Resilience to try to address both challenges and opportunities. I'm very happy to say that as of today, this report, this international effort, has supported the menu of options for the consideration of heads of states and governments within the financing for development process in the era of COVID and beyond. It has also now integrated is being integrated in the G20 Global Partnership for Financial Inclusions, or the GPFI, and of course is also the discussion of the Global Forum Migration and Development. In the 10 seconds that I have left, I would like is to contribute what IFAD has done, what has been our response beyond the contribution of this report. With data being an issue, we've launched the Remit Scope web portal. This is a tool directly supporting the private sector by providing market intelligence to spur market opportunities. We've created national task force on this subject, which are extremely crucial, one of them in Morocco. And we're also investing in financing private sector innovations in this market. Finally, the Global Forum, as you mentioned, will happen on the occasion of the International Day of Family Remittances this year, and which is also mentioned in the Global Compact Objective 20. And we will be, of course, presenting more of these issues and addressing this particular region of importance in the remittances world. Thank you so much. Sorry for the 30 seconds more.
Thank you, Pedro. Quite an interesting intervention. Thank you a lot. Now we move on to the next speaker, who is Mr. Mamadou Boyi Diallo. Mr. Diallo is a human rights activist, lawyer, consultant, migration and development expert, community actor, legal advisor on asylum in Morocco. He is also the general coordinator of Collectif des Communautés Sub-Saharan, my French is not so good, au Maroc, and general coordinator of Plateforme des Associations et Communautés Sub-Saharian au Maroc. He has led several advocacy campaigns in favor of the integration of migrants in Morocco, including the regularization of 2014 and 2016, the modification of the circular on the education of migrant children, the recognition of civil status and equal access to health and justice. The floor is yours. Please go ahead, Mr. Mamadou.
Merci. Merci, Mr. Paul.
Thank you, Mr. Paul. I hope that you can hear me. I would like to salute my colleagues and panelists. I would like to extend my thanks to the League of Arab States and the organizers for giving me the opportunity to participate to this conference to present to you what our perspective when it comes to the implementation of Objective 4. I will try to at least raise the voice in the name of the migrants in Morocco. When it comes to objective number 14, when it comes to the consular protection assistance and cooperation, with the support of the civil society, today the diplomatic missions in Morocco are focusing more and more on the protection of migrants by providing consular assistance, information, and also in prisons. Today, we have consular representations and representatives who have participated in the different initiatives launched in Morocco. Yesterday, you heard in the opening session the Minister of Foreign Affairs and Migration, who highlighted some very important advancements. We in Morocco, we also have made some important advancements, especially in the implementation of the objectives of the GCM when it comes to access to service, access to education, and education particularly. We've made a lot of advancements and progress because the Ministry of National Education has adopted um, uh, a new policy that allows all migrant children to have access to education and to the education system. So in education, we've really come a long way in Morocco. When it comes to other services, Morocco is trying to provide better services when it comes to access to justice. Of course, there's still a lot of room for improvement. When it comes to the objective number 16, we must note here that currently Morocco, so far, and through the civil society organizations and international organizations, have worked on a capacity building, and this is something that we have seen in the interventions on many panelists who talked about some initiatives in this regard. And here, we in Morocco, we are trying to move forward and to have some good steps forward. For the moment, we still are facing a lot of challenges, but we have to acknowledge that the GCM had been ratified in 2018. So in the past year, especially 2019, early 2012, we haven't been really able to work much on its implementation. So we are still at the beginning, I think, when it comes to Objective 20. And 22, we are still facing a lot of problems because, as you know, in Morocco, migration or migrant workers work essentially in the informal sector. So they don't really enjoy social security and they don't have a lot of entitlements in this sector. And we are working in order to improve access to healthcare. I don't know how to say this. We are still facing a lot of challenges because the government was facing a big dilemma on how to integrate the migrants, because the system that were put in place could provide some integration into social security, but the migrants were not registered in most of the sectors where they are working. They were not registered by their companies, were not registered with the authorities. So that's why they were not having access to social security entitlements. And this is a big challenge for us. So it's still a big challenge that the authorities are still facing when it comes to providing such services to the migrants. Morocco is striving to move forward. We are aware of the challenges, but I would like to seize this opportunity to raise my voice in the name of all migrants in Morocco and to all the diplomatic representatives and all the stakeholders with us here today. Morocco needs your help to be able to achieve the GCM objectives.
Try to conclude as quickly as possible.
Yes, thank you very much. So I will stop now. Thank you for giving me the time and thank you for inviting me. Thank
you very much, Diallo, for your important intervention, and sorry for the intervention that we made to stop you then and there. Can I? Do we need to now allow Ola Sidani to speak first, or what? Okay. Okay, Ola. I understand that you are from the Council of Ministers in Lebanon and you would like to make an intervention. Please go ahead.
Yes, thank you very much. Thank you for this opportunity. سوف أتكلم باللغة العربية. أنا من رئاسة مجلس وزراء.
I'll be speaking in Arabic. I'm from the Office of the Prime Minister and I'm in charge of the SDGs and the National Committee on the Achievement of the SDGs. Thank you once again, Mr. Paul, for giving me this opportunity. I would like to talk about the relationship between migration issues and the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. It goes without saying that the economic, financial, and security crisis that we are facing and its repercussions on the living conditions, the dire living conditions that we are facing, coupled with the COVID-19 and the Beirut port explosion on the 4th of August, has had a huge negative impact on the strive made by the government to achieve the SDGs. The priorities of the government had to change, and the priorities of the development policies, especially with the increasing number of unemployed and poor, and the development priorities have changed, especially with the challenges that are related to the financing mechanisms. In return, we found that the Lebanese diaspora abroad had tried as much as possible to support the Lebanese in the country through different initiatives and electronic platform for networking the job seekers with job opportunities abroad, especially in the sectors, service sectors that focus on remote services and telecommunication. Thank you very much.
Short and sweet intervention. Next, we have Najwa Hana. Najwa is the Sub-Regional Secretary for Arab Countries at Public Services International, PSI, a global union federation that represents workers in the public services, defends their rights and advocates for access to quality public services for all, holding a master's degree in administration as well as a specialization in gender and mainstreaming, a trade union activist with over 25 years of experience in the field of administration, project coordination, and trade union strategies. Her role with PSI consists in enhancing the capacity or the capacities of public services trade union in the Arab countries union to defend workers' rights, to ensure quality public service, and to adopt a human rights-based approach in dealing with all the workers, including migrants and refugees. So please welcome with me Ms. Najwa Hana.
صباح الخير للجميع. أنا
Good morning. I'll be speaking in English. I would like to clarify that my name is Najwa Hanna. Thank you, Mr. Chairperson. So I will be presenting in English my intervention.
Good morning, everybody, and thank you for this opportunity. I have been presented by Dr. Pearl, so I will not say again. In my presentation, I will focus on Objective 15 on access to basic services, Objective 16 to realize full inclusion and social cohesion, and Objective 22 for the portability of social security entitlements and benefits. PSI is committed in its plan of action. Public Services International, that is PSI, is committed to in its plan of action to advocate for the rights-based approach in the global governance of migration, displacement, and refugee issues, and demand the states abide by their human rights obligations as embodied in the UN and ILO conventions. Public service workers are key players in promoting human rights, safety, and decent work for all workers, including migrant workers. They are as well in the front lines defending inclusive and non-discriminatory access of all migrants to quality public services. In 2019, the Arab states was hosting 35 million international migrants, of whom 31% were women, as per ILO statements. In the aftermath of the pandemic, many migrant workers in the Arab states lost their jobs as they were laid off and stranded in host countries with no means to return to their home countries. It is worth noting that many of them work in the informal sector and sometimes without official work permits, which deprive them of benefiting from the social safety networks. Moreover, many migrants and refugee workers have limited or no access to health care. In spite of the magnitude of the crisis that hit the world, the whole world, including the Arab countries, public service workers in the Arab countries who are PSI affiliates mobilized and were in the front line to respond to the pandemic and to ensure healthcare, social services, municipal services, including access to water, sanitation, social assistance, and other basic needs to their communities, as well as to migrant workers. Sometimes they were exposing themselves to danger and exposing their families as well. I will give some examples of the success story we have with our affiliates in the Arab region. Since the beginning of the pandemic, our affiliates in many countries like Kuwait, Jordan, Tunisia, and other Arab countries conducted humanitarian and awareness actions and provided personal protection equipment to a number of migrants and raised their awareness on how to protect themselves and their families from the virus. In Tunisia, a bilateral agreement is signed between the World Health Organization and the Ministry of Health and stipulates that all migrant workers have the right to receive health care in the public hospitals, documented or non-documented. PSI affiliates are playing a key role to ensure the good implementation of this agreement. Moreover, PSI affiliates in Tunisia joined the trade union center, the UGTT, in advocating for the rights of migrant workers to organize and adhere to trade unions, which became effective as of December 2020, when the membership cards are distributed to a number of migrant workers. PSI affiliates in Kuwait held a lot of meetings with worker association to find solution to their issues like expiry residency card, late salaries, and unsafe living conditions. They worked also closely with the public authority for manpower to solve urgent migrant issues. As PSI, we are building strong partnership with civil society organizations that many of them are present today, and other trade unions and global union federation to build strong alliances in their struggle for the respect of human rights for migrants and refugees and fight discrimination. Above all, discrimination in receiving health care. I can give an example. Our cooperation with the trade union network
Najwa,
for migrants and the Mediterranean sub-Saharan. Okay, just give me few, يعني more less
we
than
can't, we
1
can't,
minute.
we can.
Okay.
Okay, please make it as quickly as possible.
Okay, these are some examples, and the list could be longer. Nevertheless, more work is needed and required that trade unions raise the voice with the governments and the international community to make sure that access to health services is a human right, and vaccines, for example, should be provided to everyone, including migrants and refugees, with disregard of being documented or undocumented. The second demand is to have an inclusive social protection as a response to the COVID-19 crisis and other disasters that focuses on health care, labor rights, and social protection for migrant refugee, internally displaced persons, to advocate for the right to organize. Most of the migrant and refugee workers are hired in the informal sector and therefore do not have the right to organize and to benefit from the social dialogue platform and to discuss to raise their demands. Thank you for your patience, and I'm sorry if I exceeded my time. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and we move so quickly to the Sudanese delegation. Please go ahead, if you don't mind.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Thank you for granting us this opportunity. You know that Sudan is going through exceptional situation because of the changes that have occurred in 2019, and Sudan considers that the freedom to move is very important since it can increase growth and reduce poverty. Sudan welcomes more than 800,000 refugees from the south of Sudan. And you probably know that Sudan has borders with 7 countries and countries in Eastern Africa. And this is putting a big burden on Sudan in order to control its borders. Sudan, during the COVID-19 pandemic, has exerted efforts and has contributed in moving the Sudanese who are stuck abroad, since they are vulnerable, and consequently the government has contributed in moving them in collaboration with the IOM. And this had a major impact since it showed that Sudan really takes care of its migrants. Sudan is also working towards integrating migrants by using different methods, and Sudan has issued many economic decisions in order to reactivate and promote the economy, and these economic procedures will allow for remittances to arrive, since this will encourage migrants to transfer their money through the banking system. And Sudan was also among the countries that were facing economic problems, and consequently remittances through the banking system was difficult. And this was also leading to many other problems in addition to economic problems. Sudan has made many efforts also in order to implement the GCM, And when it comes to objective 14, 15, 20, and 22, Sudan has participated in many programs pertaining to return, reintegration, and other topics so that Sudanese can return and can contribute in rebuilding their own country. There are many workshops about migration that have been organized, and we are also rehabilitating the infrastructure in the towns, and Sudan needs the cooperation of the Arab countries in this regard in order to manage migration and to rehabilitate the infrastructure in the border areas, and also regarding the desert between Sudan and Libya. Indeed, it is very difficult for us to save lives in this area. This is why it is important that we work with Libya and the other neighboring countries in this regard. Sudan also facilitates the return of Sudanese migrants, and it provides them with many facilities at all levels, like education, health, etc. And thank you, Mr. President.
المتكلم التالي هو وجد.
Thank you, says the moderator. The next speaker is Mr. Wajdi ID. The floor is yours.
Can you please take the floor? Thank you. And try
نعم.
to please.
هل تسمعونني؟
نعم نعم.
Please respect the time allocated to you, says the moderator. Thank you, says Mr. ID. Yes, definitely. I will respect the time allotted to me. I will be talking on behalf of the municipalities and the local communities. I would like to highlight the important role of municipalities and towns. Their voices may not be heard, but the Global Compact for Migration might grant a limited role to municipalities, but when we talk about reintegration, social protection, and many other objectives, municipalities have a role to play. Despite the different difficulties and despite the pandemic, in fact, the voice of the municipalities has to be heard because migration is a local issue. And in this regard, it is important to involve the municipalities in order to achieve the different provisions of this compact. Maybe the legal framework does not grant big prerogatives to towns, but towns have a main role to play when it comes to integration and social protection in this period of time. This is why we have to allow these municipalities to raise their voice, and we should listen to them because these municipalities are the main stakeholder. The issue might be legal or economic, but municipalities are also a main stakeholder. And for this compact to be implemented, and despite the pandemic, municipalities need financial and human resources, especially in in North Africa, because this is an area where many migrants come. This is why it is important to involve the municipalities in migration governance for the Global Compact to be implemented. I highlight the importance of this issue. Partnerships among cities and towns are also important, and partnerships will improve the situation of migrants. This is why we need to listen to what cities and towns have to say about migration. I would like to thank you for inviting the town of Sfax and other towns to this meeting. This is an important issue when it comes to implementing the global compact. So we have to listen to the towns and cities because the rights of migrants are very important, and it is important to work on improving the situation of migrants. Once again, let me tell you that involving municipalities and local authorities is very important because these stakeholders have a main role to play when it comes to the different objectives of the GCM. And thank you. Thank you, says the moderator. I now give the floor to the Moroccan delegation. The floor is yours.
أنا من الوفد اللبناني وليس المغربي.
I am from the Lebanese delegation and not the Moroccan delegation. Mr. Tabar is saying I meant the Moroccan delegation and not you, ma'am.
الوفد المغربي.
Maybe the Moroccan delegation is not among us. I would like to thank the organizers and the stakeholders for their efforts, and I hope that we will achieve the objectives of the Global Compact while respecting the dignity of the human being. When it comes to the services and the integration, since I represent the Ministry of Social Affairs in Lebanon, let me tell you that we have 214 centers for development services all over the Lebanese territory. We provide services to all people residing in Lebanon, to marginalized groups, women, youth, people with special needs. We also encourage stateless people to register their children. We provide also capacity building services to youth and women. However, displaced and migrants represent 35% of the total population of Lebanon. And this means that Lebanon has to bear a big burden, and Lebanon is incapable of doing so alone in addition to the COVID-19 pandemic. This is why services have diminished in our centers, and this is why burden has to be shared thanks to the international cooperation for these basic services to be available. And we need also to establish a link between migration and development for a better governance. Lebanon also highlights the need to promote social cohesion, to avoid conflicts, rather than integration or reintegration, because this is a constitutional problem for Lebanon. And thank you.
جزيلا.
Thank you, says the moderator. Thank you for your short and targeted intervention. We now move to another speaker.
Somebody in the meantime is requesting to probably discuss the very important and urgent proposal developed by this platform with some of the country delegations during one of the remaining sessions today. Morocco Okay, go ahead, Morocco, please. Delegation of Morocco. Would you please open the micro so we can hear your voice? Unmute yourself, please. So it's not on the floor. Okay, who's next on the accepted list? Okay, then I think we better wrap up because we have consumed the time allocation we were given to the max. Thank you everyone for their useful participation and intervention, and hopefully something useful will come out of these short and important interventions of yours. Thank you very much.
شكرا دكتور تبر على حسن تيسير الجلسة.
Thank you, Dr. Tabar, for moderating this session. We know that in the virtual world, we face lots of technical difficulties. Thank you for your patience and collaboration. I would like to apologize from the speakers who couldn't join the platform. We would like to ask you to send in writing any comments that you might have so that we take them into account during the meeting. We will now stop for a lunch break for 45 minutes, and we will resume our work at 3:30. Thank you.
Hello there. Hi, Mrs. Siam. I cannot currently hear you. Apologies, bear with me 1 second. Would you mind saying something? Just bear with me 1 second. I'm refreshing my page as well. Miss Siam, I am back. Would you mind saying something so we can check your microphone? Okay, I cannot currently hear you. Have you tested your microphone, or could you check if the correct microphone is selected via the settings button at the bottom
Can
right?
you hear me?
Oh, now I can. Wait. Yes?
Bonjour. Est-ce que vous m'entendez?
Yes, I can hear you. Oui. C'est bon.
Ah, maintenant je vous vois. Vous m'entendez?
I can, yes. Oui.
Ah, perfect. Thank you so much. Now I can hear you.
Bonjour Madame Moravit, vous voulez bien essayer votre caméra aussi pour voir si ça marche bien?
Ma caméra, elle est déjà activée, donc je suis en train de me voir dans la petite fenêtre.
On vous voit pas. Est-ce que vous pouvez vérifier juste le petit cadenas qui est à côté de la barre d'adresse? Vous voyez le petit cadenas en haut, à côté de la barre d'adresse?
Can I just quickly intervene here? I believe she is using a mobile phone. Is that correct?
Yes.
Are
Yes, that's correct.
Are you using the Kudo app?
I am using the Kudo app, yes, indeed.
Fantastic. It could be that the reason why we're not seeing your picture at the moment is because of the connection, like the internet connection. Sometimes if it's not too good, then it switches off the video.
I can see her now.
Yeah, so it will probably, that might happen later on as well, that it just drops in and out depending on the connection. But we can see you well and hear you well.
Oh, can you see me now?
Yes.
Yes.
Ah, okay. Okay, but I cannot see you, however. But if at least if the audience can hear me, it should be okay, I think, if they don't see me. But I have used Kudo before. It had worked like normally.
That's great. No, it's now the sound is good and the video is good as well. Thank you.
Okay, that's perfect. Okay, thank you so much.
Fantastic. Bye now.
Thank you, Rachel.
Bye. Bye.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bonjour. Oui, bonjour, vous m'entendez? Oui, bonjour.
Ah, hello there. Yes, that worked well. Now you came closer to the microphone, I believe.
Yes, vous m'entendez? Do you hear me?
Oui, Sama.
On vous entend très bien.
Okay, thank you.
Est-ce que vous voulez aussi tester votre caméra?
Non, non.
Juste l'audio.
Juste la voix, juste l'audio. D'accord.
Parfait, on
Merci.
vous entend très bien. Merci beaucoup.
Merci beaucoup. Au revoir.
Hello, can you hear me? Hello.
Hi there. Yes, we can hear and see you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thanks. Bye-bye.
Hello, everyone. This is Rachel from Kudo. I'm here to very quickly give you, again, the introduction about the platform. If you have heard it before, please bear with me. It'll be short, sweet, and hopefully you'll learn something you didn't know. Okay. The CUDA platform is built almost like a traditional Congress system, and so the interaction of participants is very similar as we would see in live Congress venues. As in a traditional event, there's a stage where the presenters are located and there's an audience. When you as delegates join, you will be in the audience. You cannot be seen or heard by anyone, but you can see what's happening on the stage. There's just one little difference to a traditional Congress. We are online. And because of that, I would like to draw your attention to a few housekeeping points just to make sure that this continues to go as smoothly as possible. The first point I would like to make is for everyone to please make sure you're using Google Chrome as your browser. You can check that in the PC by looking at the at the icon at the bottom of your browser. It should be highlighted. Google Chrome should be highlighted. On a Mac, you can see at the very top left-hand side which browser you're using. Please make sure that it says Chrome. The second point I would like to make is for everyone to please wear a good headset, preferably one with a separate microphone. I cannot stress this enough. The reason why we are asking for this is to eliminate background noise or echo, which make it extremely difficult for the interpreters to translate what you are saying. And if the interpreters cannot hear and cannot translate, then the rest of the audience might not be able to hear all the valuable input that you have. Actually, there's two more things we can do to help the interpreters. One is to speak rather slowly, one person at a time, and to allow brief pauses from time to time, especially if you're reading from a pre-written document. Please make sure you allow pauses so that our interpreters can catch up. Another thing to consider is to please choose a private and quiet room to speak from. Okay, I'm sure many of you are familiar with the Kudo platform by now. For those of you who are not, I will quickly introduce the main features. You can choose the language that you want to listen to for the entire meeting. At the bottom left-hand side, it says language selector, and currently floor is selected. Please, this is a drop-down list. Please choose the language you would like to listen to in there. One other thing you can do in order to have Kudo display your language is by going to the settings button indicated here. You can select the interface language simply by clicking on it, choosing your language, and pressing OK. As you might have seen, there are several documents already uploaded for you to download. The documents folder is on the right-hand side. If you click it, then you see the documents that are available. Please just click the one you would like, and it will download automatically. For those of you who are planning to speak in this conference, there are two things I would ask you to please do before you're joining us on the stage. The first thing is to make sure that your media settings are okay. And you can test that by going, again, to the settings button. But instead of choosing the interface language tab, choose the media settings tab. This is the interface that you will see. Here you can toggle on and off the microphone and camera. They are currently red. When you toggle them on, they will be blue. You can see yourself and make sure that you have incoming audio by looking at the bar on the right-hand side. If it is moving, your audio is incoming. The second thing I would like everyone to do is to please check that the browser has access to the camera and microphone. You can do that via the padlock at the top left side of your screen, right next to the URL. If you click the padlock, the window that is currently shown will appear. Please make sure that camera and microphone are both on allow. So if they are unblocked, please change it to allow. In order to speak, please press the request to speak button at the bottom right-hand side. It is the blue rectangular button. Once you have pressed this button, you will be put into a waiting list. From there, the moderator or VIP can allow you to join the stage. Once you're on the stage, you will notice that the round center buttons will turn red. This is the microphone and camera now being accessible to you. They are not automatically switched on, they are accessible to you. This means that you simply click them and then they turn blue, which means that you are live. So clicking the microphone and clicking the camera to be seen. Once you have finished speaking, there's two options that you have. Option one is to mute your microphone. You can do this again via the round circular button at the bottom of the screen. If you press this button, you will still be on the stage, but you cannot be heard. The other option is to release the microphone and return to the audience. You can do this the same way that you have joined the stage. You can go back to the audience via the release mic button at the bottom right-hand side. Just a few troubleshooting points. The first point, I have mentioned it before, please use Google Chrome as your browser. If something isn't working, this is the first thing to check. The second thing that if you are using Google Chrome, it could always be that your browser is lagging a little bit behind the meeting. So in order to resync your browser, simply press the two buttons that are indicated here. Either one actually works. They are the circular arrow buttons either right next to the URL or in the top right-hand side next to your name in the Kudo platform. If you are finding any troubles with the microphone and speaker, I would redirect you again to the settings app, again to the media settings, and just to make sure that the camera, microphone, and speaker on the right-hand side are the correct ones selected. There's a drop-down list of available ones. Please make sure that the one you aim to use is also the one that is showing here. Once you have changed something, please press OK. Last but not least, my colleague Walter and myself are here available for you in case there's any technical issues. Please do feel free to contact us. You can do so via the messaging button on the right-hand side. You can see there 3 tabs. Please contact us via the operators tab, which is the second one. Also, in case you're, for example, joining the stage and you are encountering some issues, please go to the operators tab and see, we will probably have already written some suggestions for you there. That's it from me. Thank you very much and have a good conference. Hi, William. This is Rachel from Kudo. You wanted to do a very quick systems check.
Hello, this is William Goes. Can you hear me?
We can hear you loud and clear. Yes, thank you. We cannot see you currently. Oh, yeah. Perfect.
Yeah, it looks like my camera is working and
Yes,
my
that
audio
is all
as well.
working. Perfect. Thank you
Can I
so
get a
much.
quick response from the operations team?
Can you not hear me?
Rachel, are you there?
Yes, I am here. You cannot hear me. All right.
Sorry, I couldn't hear the response. I think I was muted.
I can try again. Can you hear me? You cannot hear me. Just 1 second.
Hello, I'm doing a systems check. I was wondering if you could hear me. I'll be moderating session 5.
And I'm also here. I'm Amani, and I'm moderating session 4. Can you hear me?
Great, Amani, I can hear you, and I'm assuming you can hear me. But we're not getting a response from Rachel or the operators, so they may have not come back from lunch break. But if we can hear each other, that means it's working for us.
Sounds good.
Sounds great.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Apologies, Mr. William. This is Rachel from Kudo. I could hear you loud and clear. I'm sorry you couldn't hear me. I could also hear Dr. Armani. Thank you so much.
Hi, great. Thanks, Rachel. Thanks.
Hello, can you hear me? Just doing another test.
Yes, we can hear you loud and clear. Thank you very much.
You can see me as well, right?
Yes, we can see you.
Thank you so much.
And
Thank
you
you.
are Siham Murabit, right?
Yes, that's me, ma'am.
Hi, I'm Amani. I'll be moderating your session, and you are our first speaker, right?
It looks so from the agenda, right? Thank you so much. Nice
Okay,
meeting you.
great to see you, Siham.
Great to see you too. I'll be talking in French. Is that okay?
Yeah, sure. I think there are 3 languages. I will be asking, I will be just reading the bios in English, if that's fine.
Yeah, sure. No problem. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. So we will be resuming in 2 minutes.
Yeah, when they are ready, I'm here.
Okay, perfect. I'm already ready. Thank you so much.
Absolutely. It's my pleasure.
Thank you.
Hello there. Pleasure to be with you. Everything is good at my end. I do hear very well, and I don't know if do you hear me well as well?
Yes, hello there. This is Rachel from Kudo. Yes, we can hear you well. Thank you, Izam. We can also see you.
Yeah, great. Good.
مرحبا مجددا. نفتتح على الأعمال الطاولة المستديرة الرابعة.
Hello again. We will start now with our fourth roundtable, the review of GCM objectives 1, 3, 7, 17, and 23. And the participants will reflect on challenges, good practices, lessons learned, and discuss potential solutions to the obstacles hindering the achievement of those objectives. I call upon Dr. Amani Al-Jak to moderate this session. Dr. Jad is from the University of Massachusetts in Boston. Between 2014 and 2019, she worked as a researcher coordinator on social and cultural issues at the Gulf Studies Center and a professor at the Gulf Studies at the Qatar University. And she's an associate professor and chair of the Women and Gender Studies Department at the University of Massachusetts, Boston.
شكرا سارة.
Thank you.
Thank you, Sarah. It's really my pleasure to welcome you all and moderate the fourth roundtable, which will focus on reviewing the progress of implementing DMC objectives 1, 3, 7, 17, and 23, and to assess the progress that has been made in implementing these objectives, the lesson learned, and potential solution to overcoming some of the challenges. I am very pleased to have a very distinguished panelist, as well as a very distinguished people who will be joining us from the floor. Our first speaker is Ms. Siham Morabit, who is the head of the Division of Human Rights and Humanitarian and Social Affairs at the African Union Directorate, Ministry of Foreign Affairs in Morocco. Siham, I'm just going to select a bit from her biography. She's a Moroccan career diplomat born in Rabat in Morocco. And she has worked, as I said earlier, in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs since 2017. She has been designated to lead the team and had worked in bringing into shape African Observatory on Migration, and has really distinguished kind of career and contributions. Siham, can you please start? And we have about 5 minutes for you, please.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Ms. Amani, for this introduction. I will be speaking in French. La question migratoire est incontestablement.
The question of migration is a priority for the African continent because of its positive potential when it comes to the development in the African countries, and also of the disastrous impact when it comes to the bad management of migration. As you know, the good management of migration is impossible if we don't have the necessary data and information. And we are very happy to see that with the establishment of the African Observatory for Migration, the African Union has provided us with this tool so that we can actually inform policymakers and strategies on the reality of migration. And we understand that the African Union has seen the importance of creating this laboratory. It has been established after the proposal of His Majesty Mohammed VI, the King of Morocco, who have submitted during the country report the need to establish such a laboratory during the summit of 2018. The African Union today can respond in a practical manner to a structural lack of data related to migration in the African continent by providing qualitative and quantitative information and data related to migration, and that could inform the African migration policies. Of course, this laboratory is hosted in Rabat, and it has been headed by the Minister of Foreign Affairs and African Cooperation and Moroccan Diaspora, and the Commission for Social Affairs from the African Union. The laboratory is getting ready to launch its new operations and with the support of the African Union. And with the establishment of this entity, the African country is contributing to the first objective of the GCM when it comes to the regular and organized provision of information and data. I would like to mention a little bit, a few words about the functioning of the laboratory on migration. This laboratory is being given a tripartite mission when it comes to the analysis of data and exchange of data between the African countries in order to improve the management of migration in the continent. And because of this mission, the African continent, and this is highly important for the African countries to demystify the wrong myths and ideas about migration, and thanks to the objective information that will be provided by the laboratory, we'll be able to highlight all the opportunities and positive potential of migration for the development of the countries of origin and destination. And as thus, the laboratory will be able to provide information to understand the phenomenon of migration, as well as the potential and possible crises, as well as the solutions. So the laboratory can be considered as an advocacy tool that will help in the adoption of the necessary policies related to migration, because the exchange of information and data that will inform policymakers in the African countries will be considered as a good platform for exchange between experts and researchers in the African continent, and will also be a tool to strengthen the African capacity building through workshops and training sessions, data collection, and policy assessment. I would like to mention two tangible outcome that came out of the laboratory and that the laboratory can implement and achieve in the short run. The first one, and that is highly important, which is to be able to provide or to create this first database related to migration in Africa. And second, to establish a portal for Africa on migration data that will allow identifying migration routes in the African country and to understand the trajectories, the reasons, the processes, and the outcome of African mobility. A quick summary of the laboratory and how it will be functioning. I think it's important to explain a little bit how this laboratory is going to operate. It was mandated with a skeleton, let's say, a structure that will include representatives of the Economic African Commissions, as well as directors of other initiatives related to migration in Africa, and also a secretariat that will facilitate the work of the board. It will be coordinating all the activities with the African regions, particularly the regional communities, and with the participation of all member states when it comes to the exchange and the data collection and exchange of data and information. So the observatory will definitely have amongst its first priorities to establish a network of African statisticians that will be focusing on data collection and exchange of information and data. To conclude, the laboratory will be managed by the African Union, but it will be financed also by contributions from the private sector, from member states and international partners. The laboratory will also have the possibility to develop innovative partnerships with international organizations, particularly or organizations specialized in migration, in order to benefit from their expertise when it comes to data collection and exchange of information, particularly in capacity building, I mention IOM, OECD, etc., UN VISA, and to conclude, the laboratory, or let's say the interim team of the laboratory was appointed by the African Union in December, and it's getting ready to come to Morocco to launch its first operations, hopefully at the end of this month or maybe in March. And we think that the first operations that will be launched by the observatory will be, as I said, to establish a first network of African statisticians, as well as the development of tools related to data collection and analysis, as well as treatment of information and data, and will organize the first training sessions for the member states and the communities on a need basis, needs that are identified by the local communities and the member states. And the first report and the recommendations that will come out of the observatory to the member states will be submitted to the politicians in the African Union to act upon it. I hope that I did not exceed my 5-minute time. I thank you for giving me the opportunity to present to you this observatory in this very important session of the Regional Review Conference on the GCM in the Arab region. I thank you, Mrs. Amani, Dr. Amani, for giving me the floor and for your excellent work. Thank you.
For such a really kind of impressive presentation, and also for sticking the time. I really appreciate kind of your perspective, and hope that through the discussion and intervention from the floor, we will get to tease some of the information that you shared. Our second speaker in this roundtable is Mr. Issam Younis, who's representative of the National Human Rights Institution and president of the Arab Network for National Human Rights Institution. I will just briefly read from your bio, Mr. Issam Younis. Issam Younis is a Palestinian human rights defender who has made an exceptional contribution to the protection and promotion of human rights and the rule of law in Palestine. He is a Commissioner General of the Independent Commission for Human Rights since April 2018, Director General of the Al Mizan Center for Human Rights in Gaza, the President of the Arab Network for Human Rights, as I mentioned. He has won many distinguished international human rights awards. Please proceed, Mr.
Thank you. I would like to extend my thanks to the organizers for inviting me to participate in this regional review conference on the GCM in the Arab region. The Arab region is facing very exceptional circumstances, and I think that there are major challenges that require cooperation and collaboration between all stakeholders, as well as all the politicians and social stakeholders in our region. But of course, the Arab region has always been a destination and a place of origin for migration. And since the end of the last century and following the two world wars, the Arab region became a sending country, especially for outside the Arab region. And following the Palestinian crisis and the forced migration and displacement of the Palestinians that were forced to leave their country. And which created an unprecedented flux of refugees, and this impacted the general migration waves in the region. In addition to all of that, we have some major challenges in the Arab region when it comes to migration.
ذلك الواقع وهو يعني سوف يكون متاحا.
Of course, it will not be possible to identify all the challenges, but the major challenges, again, and I reiterate here, require a major collaboration, cooperation between all stakeholders. And now, these obstacles have been exacerbated by COVID-19, the pandemic that has affected all ways of lives, not just the migrants and refugees. And this requires even additional cooperation between the stakeholders in order to mitigate and face this pandemic. The essential point remains to protect human rights, basic human rights, and to safeguard the basic freedoms and fundamental rights of individuals, whether they were nationals, refugees, or migrants in the Arab countries. The network conducts a lot of activities related to evaluation, assessment, legal assistance, technical assistance, and it has culminated in a number of important missions and recommendations. It's an important role for the national institution in every country, and to be able also to contribute to putting in place the effective policies that would be gender sensitive, that will be sensitive to human rights, to basic rights, and the different organizations and entities within our network has been focusing on three main dimensions: protection, and of course, there are the legislative bodies that are supposed to be providing this protection, and the network has been focusing on the way to improve such protection and these services to provide, for example, within the legislative context and the general policy and directives, such safeguards within the public institutions. And also, second, we have respect. So we make sure that all the legislative entities and bodies that are in place will integrate into their mandates these principles through the control, the monitoring, and the evaluation of the situation on the ground, and the respect and enforcement of the laws that have been enshrined in the legislations. And we have been encouraging all our countries to be members to the international instruments, and particularly the GCM that has been highly successful. Also, the most important level or dimension is to create the adequate environment for improving the situation of basic freedoms and human rights, safe and orderly migration. And we have been dealing with a lot of challenges that are on the ground. We have been trying to tackle the roots of migration and provide the necessary resources, as well as capacity building to create an economic, social, and political environment that will be prone for respecting these international instruments and the GCM objectives. And this is part of the work of our institution. In the Arab region, we have a difference between the refugee status and migrant status, which is particular to some countries. For example, Jordan is considered one of the major countries hosting refugees, and the second main country in the world to receive migrants compared to the number or total number of population since 48, and then 67 with the different Palestinian crises, and then the Syrian migrant and refugee crisis. So Jordan has been hosting about more than 5 million refugees from different countries. The Palestinians have been forced to leave their countries, their land, and their towns, and this goes back to 1946, and many of the Palestinians were forcibly displaced, and currently We have about 5.5 million is distributed over Lebanon, Syria, Jordan, the West Bank, and worldwide. And of course, we try to focus on providing those with basic services and needs. We try to stay in contact with the authorities and the countries of destination or the host communities to integrate Palestinians in the local communities. And of course, in each of these countries, there are some challenges and difficulties. Of course, I cannot here go into all of the challenges and the situation as a whole, but also in Algeria and in Morocco, there are some efforts made in standard setting and to provide guarantees for the respect of these principles and standards. And we have formulated several recommendations sent to the countries in this regard. Thank you.
Very much, Ms. شكرا أستاذ.
Thank you, Mr. Isam Yunus.
For your contributions and the perspective that you shared with us. It's really very informative. Our third speaker is Madame Khadija Albab from Radio National, but I understand that we are not able to have Khadija online. Are you there? All right, so in that case, we'll open the floor to ensure that some of the member states are able to join us. And
سيدة أماني.
Yes.
أهلا سيدتي.
Mrs. Amani, this is Khadija Albab. Can you hear me? Yes, I am here. Thank you, Mrs. Amani. I can hear you clearly.
Has more than 30 years of experience in the field of print and audio visual media, and have been interested in current national and international issues, focusing mainly on areas that have always been of interest to her. She works on issues such as migration and women's rights, and has the opportunity to cover like different national and international event and participate in many intergovernmental conferences on GCM issues in Marrakesh. Please proceed, Ms. Khadija. It's really nice to have you here.
Thank you, Dr. Amani. Hello, everyone. I am pleased to be participating in this important conference. Hello to all the participants, and I would like to thank the organizers. I said this is an important conference because it is related to an essential issue that is gaining more and more attention, which is discussions, wide-range discussions at national, regional, and international levels, particularly with the developments taking place recently and in the last few years. The objectives set for this session, objective 1, 3, 7, and 17, and 23. I will start with the first objective, if you allow me, which is related to collect and utilize accurate and disaggregated data as a basis for evidence-based policies. As you know, migration is a phenomenon that's multidimensional, between what is human related to the human aspect and many other dimensions. So we need first to understand this phenomenon. As I said, it's a social and economic phenomenon, and it's a phenomenon that cannot be controlled unless it is well understood and well classified with all its features being understood in order to be able to put in place efficient policies to manage it. I would like to note that those who work on migration, whether in the academia or in the media, face a problem with the lack of information about migration and migrants in Africa, where migration is an important phenomenon because of the mobility of individuals and the flux that we are seeing with the displaced, and the migrants moving from one country to another. So we do not have access to enough and sufficient information about the phenomenon of migration. So we encourage more work and effort in research and data collection based on evidence that will help us to understand this phenomenon in line with the objective one. And here I would like to salute the establishment of the African Observatory for Migration, because it is working on highlighting the different aspects or all aspects of migration, particularly in the African countries, and to provide efficient and accurate data and information that is evidence-based that will be used in informing policies in the field. I would like to note that this was part of the African Development Agenda that was adopted in 2018, and which includes many recommendations, including the establishment of this observatory. This observatory, which is hosted by Morocco, is providing the necessary information about migration, and it's also starting with the different policies and strategies adopted in Morocco that is facing an important number of irregular migrants. These strategies have been adopting a right-based approach that is pioneering in the Arab countries. And here I would like to go to the third GCM objective, which addresses providing accurate and timely information at all stages of migration, where the observatory can play an important role. The objective 7 related to the vulnerabilities in migration. I would like to focus on the current circumstances and situation arising from the pandemic, which requires changing the approaches and understandings, because the security of an individual is related to the collective security, and this means that migrants should have a full right to health, and they should benefit from the vaccination rollout for free, and this is something that migrants are benefiting from in Morocco. When it comes, if you allow me to talk about the objective 17, which is about eliminating all forms of discrimination and promote evidence-based public discourse to shape perceptions of migration. I would like to highlight a problem that the media is facing when addressing migration. What we note is that the media is not addressing the issue of migration in a balanced manner. If we look at what is being published in the media in the Arab world, we see that they mainly focus on irregular migration only, and they don't focus on regular migration and success stories, and that the issue is being addressed in an environment of fear, creating fear amongst people from migration and migrants, and it is constantly addressed as a problem. And in this regard, the media and the way it addresses migration should focus on raising awareness and a good understanding of migration based on rights, the rights of migrants, on human rights, on dignity, human dignity. And this is something that we've been working on in the training and education that we've been organizing against xenophobia as media personnel, we have a responsibility to play in fighting hatred against the migration and migrants. And it is also our role to highlight the positive aspects of migration, to focus on success stories of migrants and people of migrant origins. And this is done through workshops for media personnel to raise their awareness as to migration and migrants, and to provide them with a more balanced approach and information about this phenomenon, because everything that we see in the media needs to highlight these issues. And we also provide support for the academic centers to provide similar workshops and training. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Madam Khadija Albab. The role that the media plays in advancing many of the GMC kind of objectives is really vital. And as a result, we really kind of appreciate your perspective from Karaim, as an insider from the way how the media address many of these issues. So thank you to our three panelists. You have really enriched the discussion so far. We will move to the second interactive discussion from the floor, and I'm going to ask member states to please kind of join us. I would like to start with Tunisia. Can you please just press the request button in order to join us, and please introduce yourself at the beginning. Tunisia.
Thank you. I'm Hamida Darayes. I'm a Director General of Cooperation at the Ministry of Social Affairs, and I'm a technical focal point at ESQA for migration. I have followed the preparation and now the implementation of the Global Compact for Safe, Orderly and Regular Migration at the ESQA and League of Arab States level, in addition to the IOM level. Drafting policies pertaining to migration necessitates clear data and statistics. Migration governance also needs a local and international partnership. This is why during my intervention, I will be focusing on the first, the third, and the 19th objectives. Regarding objective number 1, Tunisia is working on migration policies by promoting strategic planning, and we are currently working on updating the national strategy on migration in order to take into account our objectives for development for the coming phase. And we are also working on spreading awareness about migration. This is why we have established an observatory that follows up on migration and collects data pertaining to migration. We have also undertaken a survey on migration in Tunisia, and the first results will start to show in March. We are also working on preparing migration studies. And now, when it comes to objective number 3, which deals with providing accurate and timely data about migration, we have established a strategy for communication towards the Tunisians living abroad in order to support the national skills. And there are also many activities that are being implemented in order to tackle all of the aspects of migration. We are also working on developing electronic platforms on migration, and we have established a portal for Tunisians abroad. Through this portal, they can access information about migration. In addition to that, we have also developed many electronic websites that provide services to the Tunisian diaspora abroad. As for the international cooperation pertaining to migration, and specifically Objective 23, we have signed many agreements with many countries in order to know how to deal with the different aspects of migration, while highlighting the need to protect the rights of migrants. And we have also established a partnership with the European Union in March 2014 in order to facilitate the transfer of people between the European Union and Tunisia. In addition to know how to deal with the flows of migrants, we are also promoting our cooperation with international and regional organizations, including ILO, the High Commissioner for the Refugees. Tunisia has worked hard in order to implement the 2030 development agenda and is also working on implementing the African agenda. We have also followed the Khartoum process and the dialogue 5+5 about migration and development. We have also participated in many activities and workshops pertaining to migration, and thank you.
Is Lebanon there? حد من لبنان.
Hello, good morning.
It seems that we have a technical issue with Lebanon. So we are going to ask Iraq, the delegation from Iraq, to join us if possible. Please introduce yourself and welcome.
Hello, I'm the Director of Migration at the Ministry of Immigration in Iraq. I represent Iraq in the Global Compact for Safe, Orderly and Regular Migration. I would like first to thank Their Excellencies, the participants to this meeting. I would like also to thank the League of Arab States, ESCWA, and IOM for having organized this workshop. When it comes to Objective 23, partnerships and procedures adopted by the government of Iraq to promote international cooperation, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs in Iraq and the Ministry of Immigration are keen on respecting their commitments based on the agreement between the European Union and Iraq. And the agreement aims at increasing dialogue and discussion regarding the voluntary return of people who want to return to Iraq and on supporting their rights and providing them with psychosocial support. In addition to increasing cooperation between the European Union and Iraq, the Ministry of Immigration is working towards opening offices in the countries where you can find the biggest numbers of Iraqis in order to promote support being provided by the employees of the ministry to facilitate the return. The Immigration Ministry has also an action plan pertaining to the return of Iraqis whose asylum requests were rejected in order to integrate them in the society and to promote reconciliation in their hometowns in collaboration with main partners. The Ministry of Immigration and the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, in addition to the Ministry of Labor and Social Affairs, has provided support for the voluntary return of Iraqis coming from the European Union due to the COVID-19 pandemic. The technical working group is working on migration and development, and this has created a consensus between the different governmental institutions that have to work together. As an example, regarding the migration file to Iraq, it was developed by the technical working group and many data and evidence were provided. You can find in this file lots of accurate data and statistics. And we have also background papers that we abide by and that can also be used in the international cooperation. We also have dialogues that have been launched by our ministries with the countries that host a huge number of Iraqis. We will also be following up on the different issues pertaining to our migrants abroad. Our ministry is working with the local authorities and the hosting countries, in addition to collaborating with the Iraqis, and we are establishing mechanisms that would respect the commitments and the rights of all of the stakeholders. Thank you, and I give now the floor to my colleague who would like to add some words. I represent the Ministry of Foreign Affairs in Iraq. In line with what my colleague has said from the Ministry of Immigration in Iraq, he focused on objective number 23 of the Global Compact. Let me tell you that Iraq, that understands how important this issue is working on promoting international cooperation and partnerships. Many agreements have been signed with organizations like the UNHCR and the IOM, and privileges and immunities have been provided to these organizations, like all of the other diplomatic missions in Iraq, to facilitate their work in Iraq, to provide a voluntary return to the Iraqis who live abroad. Also, when it comes to our activities, we have an agreement with the European Union and some European countries. Iraq has, for example, signed 3 memoranda of understanding with European countries. And also, regarding the League of Arab States, Iraq has always attended the League of Arab States meetings in order to sign the Arab Convention on regularizing the situation of internally displaced people and migrants. Iraq also has prepared a national strategy for migration governance in Iraq in collaboration, of course, with the IOM and many UN agencies. Migration governance will therefore be tackled thanks to this new document. Thank you.
Thank you, Iraq, for your floor intervention and elaboration on your efforts to implement the GMC. We really appreciate your response here. We're going to move to the floor intervention from Lebanon. If you are there, Lebanon, can you please push the request and also introduce yourself?
Hello, good morning. أنتهز هذه الفرصة.
I would like to seize this opportunity in order to thank all of the organizers for organizing the first regional conference of the GCM. During the last year, financial and economic crisis have hit Lebanon in addition to the sanitary crisis. This is why all of the economic sectors have been affected. In light of these challenges, the Ministry of Labor has worked in order to deal with the permanent and new problems in order to protect Lebanese and migrant workers and to provide them with decent work. We have worked with our local and international partners to achieve this objective. When it comes to the migrant workers, the Ministry of Labor is revisiting the standardized contract for domestic workers. And by the time we amend the labor law, we have submitted a new draft law in order to amend Article 7 and 8 of the current labor code in order for the domestic workers, whether Lebanese or foreigners, to be submitted to the provisions of the labor code. In addition to that, the Ministry of Labor has also implemented its plan. In addition to that, the Ministry of Labor has activated a hotline to receive the complaints of migrant workers or domestic workers 24 hours a day. It was preceded by an awareness-raising campaign in English, Arabic, and in some of the languages of the countries from which the domestic workers come. In 2020, the number of complaints submitted by domestic workers reached 77 complaints. And with the COVID-19 pandemic, the ministry resorted to many measures in order to protect migrant workers. Since the opening of the airport, the ministry has coordinated with many consulates and embassies of sending countries, and with the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, with the Directorate General of General Security and the Directorate General of Civil Aviation, in addition to IOM, in order to provide flights for the voluntary return of the domestic workers to their countries. Domestic workers who were in the consulates of their countries have been sent to decent shelters. The PCR tests were also provided for free in collaboration with NGOs. The ministry has also published specific publications pertaining to the precautions to protect oneself from COVID-19. We are working on following up on the situation of migrant workers, mainly domestic workers that might be victims of abuse and ill treatment. The Ministry of Labor also conducts negotiations with a number of embassies in order to sign bilateral agreements to protect the rights of domestic workers with some countries. And finally, the ministry is working on drafting an integrated plan so that foreign workers who live in Lebanon can benefit from the vaccine in order to reach community immunity in collaboration with the National Committee to manage the vaccines in Lebanon and the IOM and other NGOs. And thank you.
Thank you so much. We really appreciate having you here. And yeah, that's great. So after we will move then to the next UN representatives intervention. And it is my pleasure to welcome Ruwaida Al-Haj. Are you here, Ruwaida?
Yes, thank you, Dr. Amani.
So Ruwaida Al-Haj is assume her function as a regional representative for the human rights in the MENA region in October 2018. She has over 20 years of experience in human rights and extensive knowledge of international law and political affairs within the United Nations, in particular in conflict contexts in the MENA, Asia, and Africa. Al-Haj was deployed in Afghanistan, General African Republic, Iraq, Libya, Yemen, the Philippines, and Lebanon, and among many other functions, which include both regional and international kind of position.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ruwaida. Please go ahead.
Thank you. Appreciate your introduction, Dr. Al-Jak, and I would like also to say how much I'm really delighted and proud to be among you, dignitaries and members of the esteemed panel and members of delegations of member states. As you know, OSCHR, the Office of the High Commissioner for Human Rights, has welcomed the Global Compact for Migration as a global commitment to better govern migration worldwide. The Global Compact for Migration provides a principled and comprehensive roadmap to reduce the vulnerabilities faced by migrants at different stages of migration and to ensure the effective protection of migrants' human rights. Now, when we talk about the COVID pandemic, it has shed a spotlight on the human rights challenges faced by migrants in vulnerable situations. Migrant workers living in overcrowded accommodation were disproportionately affected by the virus. Many migrant workers, including domestic workers, lost their jobs and ended up in irregular situations, and in some cases in detention centers, lacking effective access to justice. However, at the same time, the pandemic has clearly shown us how much we are connected. States have, for instance, provided migrants, regardless of their status, with access to COVID-19 related healthcare services to ensure the health and safety of everyone. States have extended visa and residence permits to avoid migrants falling into an irregular status, have established alternatives to immigration detention, and have halted forced returns. The Global Compact for Migration has proven once again as an essential and powerful framework to guide states' action to reduce risks and vulnerabilities faced by migrants in the most critical times of the pandemic. It is important to reiterate that vulnerability does not mean inherent weakness on the part of the person. The vulnerable situations in which migrants find themselves are often created or exacerbated by migration policies that fail to uphold human rights. The UN principles and guidelines on the human rights protection of migrants in vulnerable situations provide specific guidance to states in designing, implementing, and monitoring measures to protect human rights of migrant workers in vulnerable situations. The Global Compact encourages states to draw on their content and recommendations to inform delivery of human rights-based Global Compact. I have a link on this from OSCHR that I'm gonna paste in the box for those who wish to have a look at it. The Global Compact also recognizes that promoting evidence-based public discourse and confronting anti-migrant sentiments is part of a comprehensive approach to migration. In the Global Compact for Migration, states have committed to promote a more realistic, humane, and constructive public discourse on migration to eliminate all forms of discrimination, xenophobia, or related intolerance. On the International Migrants Day, the Office of the High Commissioner for Human Rights launched a new interactive toolbox which provides ideas and activities for how to change the way we speak about migration, encouraging a shift to more hopeful and positive stories, and moving away from harmful ideas, providing action and inspiration on how to create hope and values-based narrative on migration. Together with member states and other partners, we hope the toolbox can encourage and empower more people to stand up for migrants' human rights. For too long, many states' responses to migration have been uncoordinated or unilateral, often failing to see migrants as fellow human beings or to uphold their safety, dignity, and rights. The Global Compact recognizes that migration is a cross-border issue, not a state, and not that no state can govern alone. Simply put, we cannot hope to address migration in all of its dimensions without stepping up regional cooperation. OSCHR encourages states to use the Global Compact for Migration as a roadmap for improved regional cooperation built on respect for human rights. And thank you again, and thank you, Dr. Amani. Back to you.
Thank you so much. Really appreciate your joining us here and also your perspective. So our next rep from the UN representative is Ms. Rebecca Lemang. Rebecca is a regional senior program and policy advisor, head of program in WFB Regional Bureau in Cairo. And she provides oversight and support to 14 countries in the Middle East and North Africa. She served in the WFB headquarters in Rome, as well as in Cambodia, Mozambique, where she joined as an emergency coordinator. Rebecca, it's really our pleasure to have you here, and the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. I hope you can hear me. Good afternoon. I'm Rebecca from the World Food Programme in Cairo. Let me start by reiterating the point which was made also earlier this morning about the importance of linking better the needs of communities to policy making and policy formulation. Because to enable this, and in line with objective number 1 and 3 of the GCM, the World Food Programme strongly believes that we need to invest more in generating better quality data and analysis through investments in quality assessments. This data and analysis is crucial to really understand better the needs of vulnerable people, which include also the needs of migrants, and therefore better link their needs to policy formulation and making. WFP has in the past and continues to prioritize this evidence-based analysis through our vulnerability assessment and mapping capacities, and supporting governments in the formulation of policies and strategies, as well as in the direct delivery of critical services and assistance to those who most need them, including IDPs, refugees, and migrants, especially in this region. To provide you with an example, in close collaboration with host governments and specialized actors, including academic institutions, private sector, other UN agencies, WFP conducts country-level food security and livelihoods assessments, which cover all vulnerable groups in a given country, including people on the move. WFP also strongly believes in the importance of adopting innovative solutions to contribute to address migration in an effective way, as outlined in Objective 17. These solutions include digital platforms, which are tools for more inclusive vulnerability assessments and targeting, as we have, for example, through a very effective partnership with IOM in Libya. We call it the Migration Pulse, where migrants' perceptions and voice come together through an innovative web-based survey and in-person interviews to better understand their needs and their food security situation in Libya. Through this understanding, WFP and IOM have successfully implemented targeted assistance programs to highly food insecure migrants and asylum seekers in Libya. These and other assessments in other countries have enabled WFP and its partners to formulate programs providing basic needs services, linked to Objective 7 of the Compact. Another good example of digital platforms are community-wide feedback mechanisms and hotlines. These provide an effective two-way communication with communities, including with migrants. WFP's expertise in setting up and implementing cash transfer modalities and data management systems, as well as existing collaborations with governments on national social protective systems, are instrumental to contribute to this area. As an example, the WFP-led emergency telecommunications sector in Libya established Tawassul, which means dialogue in Arabic, an interagency toll-free countrywide hotline number that can be accessed by affected populations regardless of their location, displacement, and legal status. Upon the request of the Ministry of Health's National Center for Disease Control, since March 2020, this interagency call center has been providing a complementary support role to the government's emergency COVID-19 hotline by providing information and official guidelines on COVID, including on assessing emergency procedures for suspected COVID-19 cases. I hope these few examples have illustrated the importance to invest further in data collection of migrant needs and use of accurate and quality data through innovative digital solutions in order to inform better evidence-based policies and programs related to migrants and their situation. Thank you very much for giving me the floor. I'm handing over now back to Dr. Amani. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Rebecca. We now move to Leon. Are you here? And if you can just say, introduce yourself, Leon, and the floor is yours.
Great. Thank you very much indeed, Dr. Amani, for giving me the floor. My name's Leon Isaacs. I head up an organization called DMA Global. We are an international development consultancy and work with a lot of the organizations represented here. So I really appreciate the time that you've given me here, and it's a great pleasure to speak to you all. I've worked in the migration space for over 30 years and undertaken a number of projects in the region. So I'm doubly pleased actually to share with you a new initiative that we have developed with the IOM, and one that promotes both data and partnerships. In this case, a partnership between government and their diasporas. We all know that migrants contribute to their country of origin in many ways, most notably remittances. And many countries have now developed a very proactive approach to their emigrants, and also a growing number also reaching out to their diasporas. However, one area that there is very little information on is the actual value that diasporas provide to their country of origin, apart from remittances. And even that's a bit difficult to get information on. So in order to address this, we've developed a structured tool with the IOM, which is called Contributions and Counting, a guidance on measuring the economic impact of your diaspora beyond remittances. This really provides guidance for governments and national authorities who are looking to understand and measure the economic contribution that their diaspora makes to their country of origin, but in ways that are just beyond purely financial remittances. So this would include things like investment, trade, tourism, and philanthropy. Contribution and counting provides users with a structured approach to understanding existing data collection frameworks and how they can be modified and adjusted to isolate foreign capital inflows made by diaspora through those channels that I've just mentioned. Data generated from this exercise can then be utilized more precisely to help with policy interventions and to make more effective policies and programs that engage the diaspora as developmental actors and partners. This guidance and tool contributes directly to SDG 17, as well as GCM objectives 1 and 19, and clearly complements the work in objective 20. As such, implementing the guidance could potentially help countries who need to make progress reports at the global GCM review next year. You'll be interested to know that the guidelines were developed in the Arab region, and in particular, Morocco and Egypt lent great assistance during the development, and they are featured as case studies in the final output. The guidance will soon be available in French and Arabic, and an English version is already available to download, and we can put the link on the site after this. If anyone needs any further assistance, with this or guidance, then the local IOM office in your countries can help. And in the interests of time, Dr. Mani, I'll stop there, but say that obviously very happy to engage with anybody who has interest in this, what we would say very useful and innovative tool that's just been developed. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Leon, and it's really encouraging to know that there are regional guidance which would really help in kind of guiding many states in the MENA region and to find ways to overcome some of the challenges that GMC kind of objectives sometimes encounter. It is now my pleasure to introduce. Is it Moset? I'm sorry that if I'm kind of butchering your name, but if you could just join us and introduce yourself.
D'accord, merci. Je suis Mohamed.
Thank you. I am Mohamed Saib Muzet. I would like to thank you for giving me the opportunity to present myself in brief and to present my work. I would like to thank the organizers, the IOM, League of Arab States, ESQA, for giving an academician to present his opinion about the GCM in the Maghreb countries. I am a sociologist and I work in Algiers, and I have been a migrant since 1976 to Algeria. I married an Algerian woman and I received the nationality in 1984, and I am an expert with the Algerian government on migration issues with the UN, with the ESQA, and the EU. I work on migration, youth, and several issues, and usually we focus on these issues in Northern Africa. I would like to start by talking about the general researches that are conducted about migration in North Africa. Most research focus essentially on the Maghreb migration, but things have changed since 2000. We start focusing on the diaspora as well as the migrants in Morocco. And so in order to answer the questions that have been raised, we try to provide answers from the academia perspective. So we focus more on research and thinking. So the first objective was to improve the data collection in the Maghreb region. It seems to me that most countries in North Africa are improving in the right direction. We have conducted many research on migration in North Africa, and if I have the opportunity, I'll give you more details. We have working on capacity building. We have the necessary capacities available. Our team is currently conducting research on migrant laborers because they represent 80% of migrants in the world. So when we focus in our research on migrant workers, we can get a general idea that is more or less comprehensive about migrants and their family members. When it comes to cooperation, I focus mainly in my work on data collection and on the exchange of information at the university level. And this is also where we have made some steps forward. We have been working on this for more about 20 years in Algeria, Morocco, and Tunisia, with many studies, research, seminars, workshops organized in this field. And you can find the outcome of our research and our reports for more than 20 years available on different platforms with the support of the EU and the government. We have established a network of the academia. We have 20 experts from different countries, from 5 countries, including Algeria, Libya, Egypt, Tunisia, and Morocco. And when it comes to data dissemination, as members of the academia, our mission is to publish our reports in the Maghreb area as a priority and also with the migrant communities, and to provide updated and accurate information as stated in Objective 3 of the GCM. And we conduct research studies at the university level with employers, organizations, and with the media, and we disseminate our information to all stakeholders, whether the media, with the press, with the radio networks, and on the internet, as well as the stakeholders in human rights activists and the judicial system. So we try to focus on the different vulnerabilities, and we try to be here responding to Objective 7 and Objective 15. So in North Africa, because of all the advocacy campaigns, we have been able to support all migrants who are in vulnerable situation. For Algeria, and this is where I will conclude, we have noted under the pandemic that there's a lack of flexibility, and that migrants are allowed to access social protection and the safety networks, and this allows to make sure that vulnerable persons or irregular migrants can also benefit from such services. And this is part of the 2030 agenda, especially the motto, leave no one behind. And Algeria has been working on that for its Agenda 2020. Thank you for inviting me, and I'm here to answer any information or questions you might have. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mohammed Mozet, for kind of your perspective. We appreciate it. And now we come to our last kind of intervention from Falih Hamoudi. And we are going to end on time. We have just a couple more minutes. Falih, are you there? It seems that we lost Falih Hamoudi. I'm going just to wait a few seconds to see if we are able to connect him again. If not, is there any kind of member of state connection? We only have a couple more minutes. We seem to have lost Falih Hamoudi. Sudan FB is requesting, are you there? If you are there, please join us. Okay, Sudan there? Please bear with us with the whole technology glitches sometimes. We only have 3 minutes before we wrap up. It seems that we have a Sadiq from Sudan. Yes.
Can you hear me? Yes, we can hear you. Go ahead, sir. Dr. Sadiq Al-Fadil, from the focal point from the ministry, focal point on migration. I am an expert on data collection. As you know, Sudan has a long border line and is connected to many countries. And in this regard, we have exerted a lot of effort to ensure the coordination with the different entities in charge of data collection related to migrants. We established a joint mechanism for data collection and coordination because every different identity preserves its own archive and database. And for regular migrants, we don't have a problem, but the main problem is always faced when we address issues related to irregular migration and refugees who enter irregularly through our borders or who are smuggled through our borders. Sudan in 2014 submitted a proposal to establish a center for the operations in the African Horn, and it is an initiative adopted by the EU and the African Union to establish a center in Khartoum for exchange of information and data among member states in the African Horn when it comes to migrant smuggling and human trafficking. And this center started, or this hub started its work and is submitting a lot of information and data that is disseminated to all countries in North Africa and in the African countries. We actually suffer from the lack of data and statistics, and this is why with our colleagues in the IOM, in addition to all the experts who could provide us with the necessary support, because as you know that Sudan is a very big country and we need a lot of support, especially when it comes to capacity building throughout the whole area of the country, from the north to the south to the west to the east, and with all the tribal communities on the border. So there was a lot of challenge to be able to establish contact with these different communities and collect the necessary data. As for the weaknesses related to the migration management, as I said before, we aim at establishing a policy for migration, and this migration policy will focus on migration governance so that it could be a platform for all migrants and all countries that are concerned that could use this platform in migration governance issues. And we contributed enormously in welcoming a huge number of refugees and migrants from all countries and provide them with the necessary services and support so they don't fall victims to human trafficking and migrant smuggling to other countries. And that is why we endeavor to register those migrants through the UNHCR and other human rights organizations that were working and helping us through the different border checkpoints. Can you please be brief, sir, because we need to wrap up. Thank you, Mrs. Chair. In conclusion, I would like to note the importance of coordination between the regional countries in the Arab world when it comes to data sharing, data exchange, and data collection so that we can be efficient in our work. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Al-Sadiq from Sudan.
Our fourth roundtable, which focused on assessing the GMC objectives and going through some of the best practices and lessons learned that will enable countries in the region to better implement the GMC objectives. We are very grateful for the panelists, Ms. Siham Murabit, and Mr. Issam Yunus and Madame Khadija Albab. We are also very grateful for the members of state from Tunisia, Lebanon, and Iraq, as well as many of the UN representatives who are able to join us. Thank you so much, and we appreciate all your contributions. Thank you.
Hi there, this is Rachel from Kudo. Just really quickly, I do believe it is the microphone that is switched off or the mixer. If not, could you check in your settings, please, on the bottom right-hand side if the correct output is selected? We cannot hear you. I'm sorry. Still not apologies. Oh. We do hear like a noisy sound. Apologies, Emma. I have messaged you on the private messenger, so maybe we can communicate through that.
English colleagues, our apologies. Hopefully we were trying to reconnect. Yes, Sarah, are you able to hear us? Unfortunately, not yet, but I believe we're going now to our next session. If I may just do that in the meantime, and we will try to immediately do that. And if I may just go ahead with regards to introducing then our next moderator, which is Mr. William Goyce, and to call him to the floor, we have our last session with regards to plenary session, means of implementation and capacity building. We have Mr.
Hi.
William Goyce. Over to you, William.
Hi.
Thank you.
Great, Christina, and thank you for inviting us to be inviting me to be a moderator to this session. And with all protocols observed, given that we have a very limited time, I will go straight into our session. I understand that our first speaker is not yet available, so I'll go straight to you, Jonathan Prentice, who is the head of the UN Secretariat on Migration, on the GCM, and probably the most popular name, well-known name in migration today because of the responsibility and mandate that you carry, Jonathan. So let me start with you straight away. We are now 2 years into the implementation phase of the Global Compact. 1 year has passed with a lot of difficulties, and over the last 2 days, we've heard that despite the challenges, states have been able to move forward some of the implementation kind of thing. And so it's really good to be able to recognize that. Can you share then from your perspective, looking at this, what does this mean in terms of states, and particularly in this region, if you could say something about champion states and states coming forward kind of thing. And also one of the challenges in the last 2 days that has been raised is in time of COVID and the need for more capacity. And so if something could be said about the fund and the purpose of the fund in building capacity, that would be fantastic. Over to you, Jonathan.
William, thank you very much for those two generous words of introduction, but it's really nice to see your face here, and it's a great honor to be on this panel with a really distinguished collection of individuals. I feel very honored indeed. Indeed, we're now well into the 3rd year of the life of the Global Compact for Migration, and I think if we look back to those heady days of Marrakesh in December 2018, we have reason to be pleased as to where we are. That doesn't mean fully satisfies, but it does mean cautiously confident about the future. I'd like to make 3 comments as to how I think the commitment of the implementation of the GCM can really accelerate in the forthcoming period. And by forthcoming period, I'm really talking about between now and the first global review in the first half of 2022. The first point I'd like to make is the clear and growing signs of political commitment following the Marrakesh Declaration. The Global Compact for Migration now is, I think, an undeniable part of our collective international cooperative architecture. It was a triumph for migration. I think it was a triumph for multilateralism, and increasingly we're seeing the political space around the GCM open up. Some of the ways in which this has been done, and I will highlight here, I think 2, are the embracing of the Champions Initiative by now 19 member states covering all regions, including from the MENA region, I think at least 2 from the MENA region. Now, this is important because, of course, the GCM needs to have particularly vocal member states who represent the global composition. We don't want to have a global north versus global south divide. We want a truly collective endeavor. States who are willing to be vocal supporters, champions of it, and to test ways of working together and ways of implementing the GCM moving forward, supported by the UN system. I say we're at 19. This is not, and this is an important point, an exclusive club. On the contrary, we would like it to be as expansive as possible. So the invitation to all states to join this initiative is there, and it is open-ended. And the final point on this political commitment that I would like to make is perhaps a self-evident one, but it is one that bears repeating, is that the member states, and let's not forget, it was the member states who drafted and endorsed the Global Compact, were extremely clever in building into its structure systems for follow-up and review, of which this regional review is one clear signal. And the participation over these past 2 days and in the stakeholder engagement on the day before, I think is testament to the desire to ensure that this GCM doesn't simply gather dust as a declaration of high-minded aspirations, but is a living document. And of course, I think what we will rapidly need to do after we have moved on from the regional reviews is think about how we can use this wealth of information we've garnered to inject real meaning into the International Migration Review Forum next year. The second point, I'll be very brief, that I wish to make on how we can move forward on implementation is the emphasis on cooperation. That's a leitmotif, that's a thread running throughout the GCM. I think there may be, yeah, someone's gone on mute. And just a few points I'd like to make on cooperation. I think someone is not on mute. Okay. Cooperation is both interstate, and that's vital. I think the emphasis on peer-to-peer exchanges and learning from each other is one of the areas where there is really fruitful signs emanating from the GCM. To give you one example, some very interesting discussions going on cross-regionally, learning from each other on the issue of alternatives to immigration detention. But it is not just interstate. The GCM also included in it a whole of government approach, recognizing that it's not just national authorities, but pivotally local authorities who also needed to be drawn into the implementation of the GCM, and not just governments, but the whole of society approach. I think the celebration and recognition of the breadth of stakeholders out there who have equities in the migration issue and capacities to bring to bear is something that is a truly remarkable aspect of the document, perhaps inspired by the GFMD, and I would commend the GFMD for that, but it's something that is really coming to life through the framework of the GCM. And then the final element of cooperation is the UN system. The UN's commitment itself to come together in a more coherent fashion to bring its capacities, its expertise, its mandates to bear in collective support of member states and stakeholders in the issue of implementing the GCM. Which leads me to my final of my 3 points on implementing the Global Compact. And that's how the UN network, this collection of UN entities, agencies and offices, can support member states. We are working with the champions, and we're having an initial meeting of champions tomorrow to discuss how they can help us in piloting a number of materials that we are putting out to integrate migration issues and GCM, the attainment of GCM objectives into planning cycles, whether UN development planning cycles or national planning cycles. We have established 44 country-level networks, including 6 in the Arab region. There is barely a week that goes by without a resident coordinator informing us of the creation of another network. We have the Migration Network Hub. This is the knowledge platform and the connection hub of the capacity building mechanism called for by the GCM. And this really is a central plinth in our knowledge management, our collective knowledge management, with its focus on accurate information, the exchange of views, inclusivity. This is a platform available to all partners, and emphasis on best practice. And we will be launching that in earnest in the next couple of weeks or month or so. And then finally, as William flagged in his opening comments, the GCM, I think, was also forward-thinking in calling for the establishment of a collective fund to support capacity building in this area, recognizing that capacities are uneven and recognizing that a real launch into a proactive migration agenda is going to require, on occasion, additional resources. So we have launched the Multi-Partner Trust Fund on Migration. It is the only single issue migration pooled fund in existence. It has been launched with a fully inclusive governance structure, including donors, member states, UN system, and stakeholders. And in the past year, even in spite of, or perhaps because of, the COVID pandemic, 7 joint programs have been launched across the world. Another 90 concept notes have been submitted for review by the governance body of the steering committee, testifying both to the need and the appetite to implement the GCM. A priority pipeline of these concept notes has been developed for launch pending new resources. My 2 final points are that this fund meets a clear need and is in full accordance with the global nature of the compact, with its 360-degree approach. It doesn't privilege one objective over another, with the guiding principles of the compact and with an overriding emphasis on the quality of the joint programming, bringing together the UN system and national partners. My final point is a plea. This is a tool for member states. It needs to be adequately resourced. We are looking to deepen and to diversify our donor base. Even modest contributions will be extremely welcome and will send a very clear political signal as to the importance we place in this collective component of the GCM architecture. Many thanks, William.
Thanks a lot, Jonathan. I like your words, cautiously confident, and the need to accelerate commitment as we come towards the IMRF. I think your point on that call. I like what you have said as well in terms of cooperation. And I think one theme that was running over the last 2 days, and the appeal, in fact, even as an appeal, it came out today more strongly than yesterday, was this whole call of cooperation, particularly in the light of COVID and how it has impacted migration in the region. So I think it'll be a fantastic kind of lens to look at as we move towards the IMRF, and that's great. So thank you for that, and thank you for the update also on where we on some of the things of the network. Thanks a lot. I don't see Ms. Hamad yet, so I will move straight to Ibrahim Awad, well known in the region, well known academic in the. Hello, is Hamida there? No. So I will go straight. Hello, is Hamida?
The members of the Tunisian delegation are asking if you can hear them.
I will go straight to Ibrahim Awad then. Well-known name in the region, well-known academic in the region, and very well-known in the world of work because of his. Thank you for joining us. Question to you then is, the comprehensive framework calls for an all-of-society approach, and particularly a role for academics as stakeholders to play as well. I know you have been also responsible for many years in the Human Development Report that came out of the region. So I'm wondering, how do you see the role that academics from the region can play in the implementation of the compact? Ibrahim, the floor is yours.
Hello, William. It's very nice to see you. It's been a long time that we haven't been together, so it's very nice. We're old friends, and I'm sure friends for many years to come. Allow me to speak in Arabic, this being the review for the Arab region, so I will speak in Arabic.
The academia in the Arab region, since this is the topic of your question, William, so the academia in the Arab region, in Egypt mainly, in Morocco, in Algeria, in Tunisia, in Lebanon, and in Jordan, are cooperating all together in order to advocate for migration issues. And first, to protect migrants and meet their needs. The cooperation is also available with the states themselves. This is why we can do more. I'm really sorry, but it is cutting off. So the academia focus on education, research, and also training. When it comes to education, academia can produce those who will be taking part in drafting the migration policies and in implementing migration policies in the future. This will allow us to achieve the 23 objectives of the GCM. This is an important part because you cannot reach these objectives without strong institutions, and strong institutions need strong people, people who are aware of the different aspects of migration, who know about how to protect the migrants and how to recognize the competencies of migrants. So all of these issues can be dealt with by students who participate. In addition to that, there are numerous students who are joining migration studies in Egypt. Those who graduate from universities take part in drafting policies at the national level, at the regional level, i.e. at the Arab level, and also at the international level, so that we can find contributions from the academia and we can understand the perspective of the Arab region when it comes to migration. And then we also can talk about research, because research is not only about data, but also about understanding the current situation. And this can be the topic of studies and research. Just like when we talk about education. So while studying, you want to understand why people migrate and how can we reap the benefits of migration. This is among the 23 objectives of the GCM. Studies and research can also allow us to expect the problems that can arise in the future, so we can get ready and we can start devising policies that would be adequate. So studies and research, in addition to education, can contribute in drafting a discourse that is favorable towards migration, that understands migration and migrants, and that is capable of understanding that migration is a link between the world communities. You cannot imagine, or you cannot at all imagine, having communities living in silos. We want to have an exchange of ideas and opinions. We want people to share their experiences and their ideas. And we, however, also need to acknowledge that there might be negative aspects that we need to deal with. So this is an important point and the role that academia can play. Training is also important. We need to train those who are working on migration issues. In the countries and the governments and civil society organizations, they have to be trained on migration governance. The American University in Cairo, where I work, provides training on migration governance in Egypt and in the Arab region. And we work in collaboration with the IOM. We also collaborate with other institutions, with ESQA, with the ILO, and with the League of Arab States. This cooperation allows us to convey the ideas about migration governance and migration management to those who work in governmental institutions and in civil society organizations. We also benefit from their work, and we try to provide them with our studies and our experiences. In conclusion, for the academia to play their role in a better way, because academia are playing their role, but maybe they can improve this role. We need data. We need information about policies being implemented. This will allow us to undertake our studies and field research. We need to meet with citizens. We need to meet with families of migrants. We need to meet as well with networks that are established by migrants for us to understand what is happening. We do not possess knowledge, but knowledge is important for policymakers and for those who implement them. We are playing our role, and we are therefore allowing communities to implement the Global Compact. Thank you for granting me the floor, Mr. William. I would like also to thank the organizations that have organized this important review, and I wish you success in your endeavors during this regional review conference.
Thank you, Brian. Thank you so much for the points that you have raised. The need for the research. I like the way you highlighted the role of young students and students in research. And I think this is very important. I love what you said about the different aspects of migration and trying to understand it. And this is where the Global Compact comes in, being the most comprehensive kind of framework that we currently have. So I think there's a lot of potential. I would have loved to hear you say a lot more about the two compacts as well, even the refugee compact and the synergies between them, because I think this is a particularity of your region that stands out. So it would be really good as academics to see how you all build a case for this over the years moving forward. This has been something that has come up in the discussions as well. References were made to a refugee population in the last 2 days. And I think the challenges that your region has gone through in terms of development in the last 10 years with the Arab uprising kind of thing, I think all these give a lot of reason for us and for the academic community within the region to come together to see how you could mobilize in organizing and putting out some clear evidence of the way forward as the GCM is implemented. So thank you so much for that, Ibrahim. I think we have Ms. Hamida Riaz on at the moment. I think I see you. It's not your name. It's the name of your organization, I see. But let me start with you then with the question to ask you. You've just heard Ibrahim talk about stakeholders. You heard Jonathan say something about stakeholders as well. In your mind, and I would like you to focus on, if possible, on what are the capacities that stakeholders need to build on to come together, because it's not always easy to bring in different perspectives. So how do you build this stakeholder capacity to come together? Ms. Hamida?
Thank you. On behalf of the Tunisian delegation, I would like to thank the organizers of this regional conference and for allowing us to take the floor in the different sessions. We have noticed that during the different interventions, we have noticed that there is a big progress when it comes to the implementation of the Global Compact. In addition to that, the different objectives are being also taken into account, and this shows to what extent this Global Compact is important, since it promotes cooperation and it also translates the interest that Arab countries grant to migration. So this Global Compact is a tool to govern migration, and it promotes cooperation between the different stakeholders. In Tunisia, we are working on establishing a working group in order to coordinate the follow-up of the implementation of the Global Compact, thanks to the focal point in collaboration with the different stakeholders and with the support of IOM, so that we can draft an action plan aimed at accelerating the implementation of the Global Compact, the achievement of its objective, and we also will be also working on our voluntary report. And for this, we need more support from the IOM, ESQA, League of Arab States, and the UN Network on Migration. When it comes to capacity building, I believe that the training sessions have to be organized for the focal points, because they are in charge of coordination at the national level. And another training session can also be organized. I also suggest having more meetings so that we can exchange experiences regarding the implementation of the Global Compact. We suggest thematic meetings on specific themes, and we also suggest the organization of meetings in order to get to know the best practices of the other regions, so not to only focus on the Arab region. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hamida, for being very straightforward and very practical there, and putting out the need in order to get the output that we desire. Basically, you've talked about putting together an action plan, which is a good way to start, but the need for training for different focal points, I think that was a good idea. For need to look at thematic issues, even if we have different objectives, to look at thematic issues and to look at how they are cross-cutting across different objectives would be a nice way of building capacity as well. So thank you for that. It would be great to look at, even as you talked about focal point, I am assuming here that you're talking about focal points, or at least in the national plan, bringing in different perspectives of different stakeholders into that national plan. There are good experiences there across different regions. In my own region, in the Asia one, we've got good practices that we could always share through this process. So thank you very much. I will now go to the floor, and I will call you on by the names that I see on the floor. So let me start with Lala Arabian first. And it would be great, Lala, if you could say something on what the previous speakers have said, particularly about, I'm wondering about champion states. This is a concept that is becoming popular within the UN network. I'm wondering in terms of how you look at some of this stuff and some of what has already been said. Please go ahead, Lala.
Thank you, William. So I will speak in Arabic.
I represent today the Center for Migrants, CCRM. It encompasses more than 20 non-governmental institutions in more than 13 Arab and Mediterranean countries in the Gulf, in the Arab region, and in North Africa. Our organizations have many years of experience when it comes to migration and the refugees. They deal with the different aspects of life of the migrants. During the consultations for the review conference of the Global Compact for Safe, Orderly and Regular Migration that took place online and was organized by my center on the 17th and 16th of February, the civil society organizations in the Arab region discussed with the representatives of unions, and they shared their experiences about the impact of the Global Compact for Migration since it was agreed upon in Marrakesh in December 2018 about the situation of migrants and migration. The civil society organizations also assessed the latest international developments, mainly the COVID-19 impact on the migrants. The consultation of the civil society concluded by stressing the need to establish a bridge between them and the governments in the region, especially that our governments have decades of experience when dealing with migration from a security and administrative perspective, and because there are some aspects that were not really taken into account. The unification of efforts between the governmental and the civil society organizations will allow us to overcome the problems, and migration will therefore be considered as part of the daily life since human beings came to life. The Arab civil society launches an appeal in order to put its experiences at the service of human beings so that many burdens would become productive, and so that we can see a real partnership between the governments and the NGOs in the Arab region. This will lead to providing more rights and safety to migrants. So we call on having or on relying on the initiatives of the civil society organizations, or at least to support them with laws and regulations, so these initiatives become part of the approach the governments are adopting. So we need to let go of the laws and regulations that are discriminatory and that restrict freedom, like the kafala system, for example. This system has to be replaced with laws that protect the rights of everyone without any discrimination, like the labor code, for example. Migration is of interest to all of the communities and the governments. And thank you.
Thank you so much, Lara, and thank you for building on what Ibrahim has said in terms of need for collaboration, cooperation, and then focus on a rights-based perspective, not to limit ourselves to a security and administrative lens, which I think is also a very important and pertinent point coming again from the region itself. I like what you have highlighted as well, and the appeal basically that you have made for governments as they get involved in the implementation to recognize CSOs in the region as a stakeholder and to engage in dialogue with CSOs. I think this would be the success of the Global Compact. So thank you so much for that in
ننتقل الآن
We give the floor now to the main messages, to the key messages on the of the Regional Review Conference on the GCM in the Arab region. So it's a summary of the key messages and recommendations emanated from the two-day discussions. The messages are not binding, and once the conference has ended, we will send it to all the participants for their feedback, and these messages will also feed into the outcome document, which should be submitted to the IMRF next year. In addition to these messages, another report summarizing the main messages in the national review reports to be submitted also to the IMRF. It seems that there's a technical problem from our side. We thought that the previous session has ended, but it has not ended. So we will give the floor again to Mr. William Goyce. Sorry for the technical problem.
ممكن للأستاذ خالد عبد الشافي أن يأخذ الكلام لو سمحت. أستاذ خالد تفضل.
Mr. Khaled Abdel Shafi, you can take the floor, sir, if you would like. Thank you. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to take the floor and to make a small intervention. I would like to thank the organizers of this conference, League of Arab States, the IOM, and ESCWA. I will not take too long, as you know, about migration in the Arab region. It's a complex process that includes migrants, those taking refuge or fleeing the conflicts and wars, regular and irregular migrants, also asylum seekers, and also the displaced and those who are looking for better opportunities. Migration in the Arab region there includes the forced migration, displacement, especially in the countries that are suffering from armed conflicts. The COVID-19 pandemic exacerbated the situation, and the government find themselves unable to preserve the living conditions and preserve and protect their citizens. And there's an increasing number of refugees and migrants in the region who are living in overcrowded camps for refugees and having from shortage in medical services and other services. This is why the UNDP, which is represented by me, supports the Arab countries to fulfill their engagements and commitments in scope of the GCM in the Arab region, and we will make sure to translate in the coming in the near future these engagements through initiatives that will be launched to widen the work and activities and the scope of migration and implementation of the GCM. This initiative, in brief, will include developing resources and regional tools and platforms for coordination and exchange of information on migration by providing knowledge and data on the different programs and projects that could require regional response, particularly when it comes to forced labor. And the UNDP is working also on different workshops and training programs that are gender-based in the different regional and country offices, and also to work on developing policies related to migration and refugee status, and to make sure to implement the slogan of "Leave no one behind" that is included in the 2030 agenda. Of course, we look forward from within the scope of this initiative to collaborate with all the governmental and non-governmental organizations, CSOs, and the academia and research organizations. So we look forward to work together on all of the fields that I have mentioned. Thank you.
Shafi, who is the director of the regional hub for the Arab states in Amman of the UNDP. I must say the latest report on UNDP, which focuses on migration, which is a follow-up of the 2009 report, has very clearly pointed out the role that UNDP can play in the implementation, and so that's really good. So thank you so much for the recommendations that you have just made, and we look forward to that collaboration in the implementation. I now move on to Mr. Basri Mohammed from Morocco. Mr. Basri?
Hello?
Great. Great.
Okay.
Go ahead, sir.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. I present myself, Hamad Al-Basri, the Ambassador of Consular and Social Affairs at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Migrant and Diaspora in Morocco. I would like at the outset to thank the League of Arab States, the IOM, and ASQA for organizing this conference. In order to ensure that the GCM objectives are implemented, we need to translate the common responsibility and acknowledgement of common responsibility into action on the ground. No country, despite its resources, can alone face the challenges and can seize all the opportunities available by migration, given the transboundary nature of this phenomenon. In order to facilitate the safe, orderly, and regular migration and to limit irregular migration and its negative impact, particularly for migrants as well as the host communities. We need to exert more effort and more collaboration in migration-centered programs, particularly in these difficult circumstances that the whole humanity is facing because of the pandemic. This pandemic that put the whole world and the international community facing very difficult challenges, particularly for the refugees and the migrants. So collaboration and cooperation at the national, regional, international level is a must. To understand better or to better understand the pandemic, this migration has always been a part of the history of humanity, but this requires us to develop now more efforts in collecting data collection and information and data related to migrants at the regional and international level in order to understand and have a better knowledge and understanding of this phenomenon in all its dimensions. And in this scope, the launch of the African Observatory for Migration in Rabat falls within the agenda of the African Agenda for Migration that was presented by His Majesty the King of Morocco to the African Union Summit. This observatory focuses on understanding, on setting a vision and submitting proposals related to the migration governance at the continental level. The observatory focuses on data collection, analysis, and treatment of information and data from different perspectives with the participation of experts in different sectors that will help in informing migration policies on a realistic basis and updated information that will respond to the real needs of all stakeholders, the migrants, the governmental institutions, etc., which will be in the best interest of the countries of origin and destination and will ensure a better mobility of migrants in the national, regional, and international level. So this will be beneficial for decision makers and will allow those to have a clearer vision and understanding of the reality of migration. It will also ensure a better synergy and understanding of the situation that has been brought forth by the pandemic and with the update of the legal information and to ensure the good integration of migrants who cannot stay migrants all their life. They should be given the right to have access to health care, to education, to housing like any other citizen. And we in Morocco, we have an experience, a success story that aims at ensuring the equality between residents and non-resident, nationals and non-nationals, particularly in these difficult circumstances. And finally, all these changes must be coupled with programs for capacity building and for the training of all stakeholders and actors. Thank you.
Try to cut you off, but we are short of time. But thank you for coming full circle. You have emphasized so strongly the need for common responsibility, shared responsibility, and cooperation. You have brought back to the discussion that migrants are at the center of it. I love your words. They cannot be migrants all their lives. At some stage, this has to move to a much more integrated framework of full rights and dignity that goes beyond just being migrants. That's a fantastic way to end this session. Thank you everyone for who has participated in this. Thank you for the team who did all the troubleshooting on this during in the panel in keeping this going. It's been a great discussion and looking forward to conclusions that will be drawn. Thank you. Sarah, over to you.
Thank you, William. Thank you, William, for your fantastic moderating skills as usual. It was a pleasure having you join us today. الحضور الكريم أود أولا أن أعتذر عن الخطأ التقني.
Ladies and gentlemen, I would like first to apologize for the technical problem that we faced when we thought that we had finished the session before it was actually, and it has actually ended, but we thank the experts for sharing their opinions with us. We thank all the panelists for their patience in the face of all the technical problems that we are all facing while we are fulfilling our job in this unusual virtual world. As I have noted before, we will go now to the key messages of the regional review conference, and it will present the key messages and recommendations that emanated from all stakeholders during the two-day discussions. We also note that these messages are not binding, and in the near future, once the conference has ended, we will send it to all the participants for their feedback. These messages will also be submitted to the IMRF that will be held in 2022. I call upon His Excellency, Mr. Nouri, the Undersecretary of the Ministry of Migration and Migrants, to fulfill this message or this mission. He has a long experience in the media and in this field. We give you the floor, Your Excellency, and thank you. Thank you. In the name of God, the merciful, the compassionate, ladies and gentlemen, I have the honor and the pleasure to be with you here today to convey to you the key messages at the end of this historic conference, which is the first regional review on the GCM, the Global Compact for Safe, Orderly and Regular Migration in the Arab region. Allow me at the outset to reiterate the commitment of the State of Iraq as a champion or the latest champion of the GCM in fulfilling a leading role and exerting efforts in strengthening partnerships and cooperation in the region in the scope of migration. This first regional review conference is a step to prepare for the IMRF that will be held in 2022, next year, God willing. And this will also help the different countries to fulfill the SDGs and not to leave anyone behind. So I will read to you the main messages that summarize the different contributions and interventions. These are valuable recommendations that should be taken into consideration on the following: to implement the GCM objectives in the region through the whole of society and whole of government approach. The GCM regional review is an opportunity to discuss the advancement and progress made in the implementation of the compact and to strengthen the regional cooperation in migration governance and to implement the 2030 agenda in the scope of showing more resilience to the COVID-19 pandemic and post-pandemic phase. So the following steps have been adopted. Positive steps have been adopted in adopting policies that are cross-sectoral and cooperation and collaboration national strategies put in place for the implementation and the review of the GCM. Most of the Arab countries have submitted their voluntary national reports on the GCM, and these reports show promising achievements and tangible progress in the implementation of the GCM by 2030. Also, tangible improvement has been also made in the implementation within the UN system in the issues of migration by activating the different UN network recommendations at the national level. The pandemic had a huge impact on migrants. Many of them lost their jobs or were stranded in their host communities because of the pandemic. And this required first an improvement of the migration governance and their integration in all efforts of reconstruction and recovery. The pandemic also required additional measures and methodologies to be put in place, as also reflected the positive strategies that were in place in sharing the resources of the governments with these communities. also the response to the health care requirements of migrants, and it's a priority now, particularly with the COVID-19 pandemic. The vaccination rollout should include everyone, whether for free or for a fee, a small fee, and make sure that no one is left behind, because no one can be safe unless we are all safe. To stress the need for international, regional, and national cooperation in order to find solutions to all the joint and common challenges and obstacles, and the commitment to work together to go forward in the implementation of the GCM, including the national work, the regional work, is a priority and essential need in order to face the challenges that are arising from the pandemic. The real implementation of the GCM is based on the whole of society approach, where multi-stakeholders play an essential role in the support, review, and implementation of the GCM by providing the necessary assistance to migrants and benefiting from their knowledge in the development of policies, data collection, that is also important. The regional discussions with the stakeholders were very encouraging, and there is a need also for further discussions at the national level. There is also a need to fill the gap between the national migration policy strategies and their implementation. Surveys and studies, databases, that are gender sensitive and age sensitive are necessary to develop inclusive and comprehensive strategies and for the implementation of the GCM. We need to address the lack of capacity building opportunities in the region while we focus on, especially on the young migrants. We need to guarantee migrants access to basic services regardless of their migration status, and to provide education for the youth and the children of migrant origin, to find alternatives to migrant detention, and to ban and prohibit children detention, and to provide alternative services for all of these communities. The participants also expressed the need to continue implementing the objectives of the GCM to protect the migrants in the region and to fight and combat human trafficking and migrant smuggling, and to reinforce border management and control, and to ensure the decent return for migrants. Migration policies and the gender-sensitive approaches should be highlighted. These policies should be gender sensitive and child centered, and to take into consideration the best interest of mothers and children who are migrants. To stress the need for policies that focus on the integration of migrants and also protection from violence, from discrimination, and to ensure that the vaccination rollout will include all migrants without any discrimination, to ensure migrants' participation in decision-making and policy-making, to guarantee human rights to all migrants throughout the different phases of migration, regardless of their migration status. And this is one of the main principles of the GCM. And this requires the comprehensive implementation of the different objectives within the GCM. There was also a message stressing on the respect of human rights, particularly in the migration management, to combat the structural elements and rules that force people to leave their country and maybe to resort to irregular migration. The need to strengthen international cooperation and collaboration between the Arab countries and other regions to protect or to reinforce migrant protection, to strengthen to provide better assistance to countries that need national support, particularly in the era of the rights of the child and the needs of the child in line with the best interest of children. To guarantee migrants access, including children, to basic services, including national education and health services, to guarantee the safe return of children to the countries of origin and not to separate children from their parents or one of their parents. To integrate children who were left behind by their migrant parents, to integrate them into social protection programs in the countries of origin, and also to update labor laws and other laws related to migrants and to make sure that they are in line with international standards, including domestic workers, and to guarantee the right of migrants to organize. Or governments must work on addressing the structural elements that push their nationals to migrate abroad, including by strengthening the labor market, labor services and social services, and to facilitate the return and the integration of the returnees in line with the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development, particularly Goal 8 on the productive labor in particular, to endeavor on adopting a number of measures to fulfill the safe, orderly, and regular migration, for example, to conclude bilateral, multilateral agreements that could help in launching, for example, centers for facilitating access to visa in the countries of origin, etc. Despite the important reforms adopted in the region to improve the living conditions of migrants, the COVID-19 pandemic has shown that there is need for additional efforts in many scopes, and this include abolishing the exploiting kafala system or sponsorship system to give more mobility, to strengthen the labor decent work, equitable work, and to also allow regular migrants to regularize their status and to provide protection services to migrants, especially by including them into specific training and labor opportunities. In the region, we needed to identify the reasons and the routes that lead migrants to leave their countries. Additional interest must be given to education so that they can be in line with the migration policies, and to limit the loss of skills and the increasing unemployment. This includes all stakeholders and relevant stakeholders who need to get together to work on capacity building, because these require steps on the ground. Also, additional opportunities for capacity building, skill upgrading is required, because this will allow migrants to have to find a job in their countries and in the country of destination, and this will allow them to integrate the community in an easier manner. And to stress on the need for strategies and legislations that guarantee safety for all in the best interest of all, including migrants, regardless of their status, in line with the GCM, and provide protection for their safety. Most countries of destination face a big obstacle or big challenge, and this require additional steps to help the inclusions of those into the community, particularly the access of migrants to the basic services and needs under COVID. the local communities should improve their budgets and set their priorities in a way that is suitable for migrants and migrants' needs. We need to encourage bilateral agreements between countries and following a child-centered approach, and also experts, social workers should also be included in border control and in the implementation of the laws. The importance of participating with the migrant communities and diaspora, including women, to support economic development in their countries and countries of origin, and investing in these countries to create an enabling environment for financial transfers and remittances, because these are essential for many countries. The final point, migrants can play a role that could be an engine and a driver for development in the countries of destination of origin and transit, although the youth are the most prone to marginalization, but they are still a valuable resource. I would like to thank you all for your attention, for all your participation and contribution. We look forward to work together for the implementation of the GCM to ensure the dignity of all migrants, and I wish you full success in implementing our common objective, which is to make a safe and orderly regular migration for all. Today, Iraq is facing a crisis. Maybe it's the biggest displacement crisis in the world because of ISIS, and the whole world has stood by Iraq to face this enemy. So I hope that again you will all stand by our side to face the repercussions of ISIS and this huge wave of displacement that we are facing, to ensure the return of migrants and refugees to their countries and their homeland. And I hope that the world will support us in supporting Iraq in the face of this crisis. Thank you very much.
شكرا سعادة الوزير.
Thank you, Your Excellency, Mr. Kamerim Al-Nouri. Dear participants, after 2 days of debates and discussion, we reached the end of the conference. It was a great honor for us to get to know you and to listen to your opinions. We are very happy to see that despite the difficult circumstances, we were able to meet all together, coming from different backgrounds and different countries. Allow me now to give the floor to Mrs. Carmela Godo, the Regional Director for Middle East and North Africa from the International Organization for Migration, and Mrs. Ines El Fergani from the League of Arab States, and Mrs. Mehrinaz El Awadi from the Gender Justice, Population and Inclusive Development Cluster at ESQA to deliver the final speeches. And I would like to apologize because I couldn't read all of their bios, and the floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Sarah. You hear me? Okay, I assume that you hear me. Honorable ministers, distinguished delegates, excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, colleagues, on behalf of the network and of IOM Director General as coordinator of the network, I want to express my sincere appreciation for these 2 very productive days. It was my honor and pleasure to take part to the various constructive discussions and witness such an active commitment to achieving good migration governance in the countries of the region. I also greatly appreciated that we had such a diverse and distinguished audience with valuable inputs and active participation of different stakeholders from governments, UN agencies, civil societies, academia, and migrants themselves. I would also like to thank our partners and co-organizers, the League of Arab States, and ESQA for their great dedication and efforts to ensure this event took place, notwithstanding the uncertainties and challenges that we faced. This regional review conference is one step toward accelerating the implementation of the GCM in our region. These interactive discussions are an important milestone in working towards the International Migration Review Forum in 2022. In the past 3 days, we have gained a better understanding of the progress made in the implementation of the GCM at the regional and country level. While certainly there continues to be more to reflect upon, these important discussions, including on best practices, common gaps and challenges, as well as opportunities, will certainly help enhance our individual and collective contributions to the achievement of the GCM objectives in the Arab region. We encourage states to adopt a whole of government, a whole of society approach to complete their national implementation and review plans for the GCM. We also strongly encourage them to link these efforts with their broader SDGs related endeavors, as well as their national COVID-19 response. We are hopeful that fellow delegates will continue building upon the positive work they have highlighted, as well as continue to enhance this regional dialogue and collaboration to reinvigorate and accelerate these efforts. I would like to thank their excellencies, delegates and government representatives, the heads of international organizations and panel members. Your presence has been invaluable for the success of this event. As I mentioned earlier, this is the first step, and I hope we can embark on many more interactions to ensure that each of our meetings deepens our shared commitment and understanding to move closer to our common goal of making migration safe and orderly for all. IOM, as the coordinator and secretariat of the UN Network on Migration, stands ready to support the implementation, follow-up and review of the Global Compact at all levels, together with other UN agencies in an inclusive spirit of partnership. IOM's extended field presence and long-standing relationships with the government of the region allows us to stand ready to support national level efforts where the GCM first takes place. We look forward to witnessing the significant strides completed by states to align their migration-related policies with the GCM, as well as to witnessing further contributions and updates to the subsequent cycles of the Continental Review in Africa to be held in March 2020 and the Global Review of the International Migration Review Forum, IMRF, that will be convened in 2022. I will conclude my speech by thanking you again for your participation. Thank you, and back to you, Sarah.
شكرا السيدة كارميلا.
Thank you, Mrs. Carmela. I now give the floor to my colleague, Mrs. Inas from the League of Arab States. Thank you, Mahrinaz. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the League of Arab States and on behalf of the head of the social sector, Ambassador Haifa Abu Ghazala, I would like to thank you at the end of this first regional review conference of the GCM in the Arab region. This conference reflected our commitments towards migration issue. Please allow me to pay tribute to all the participants to this important conference, among which the Arab states that have reviewed the different efforts being paid by their countries in order to implement the compact and have highlighted the challenges that they are facing in light of these exceptional circumstances we are witnessing. The national presentations will allow us, in fact, to determine the regional trends and the future work that will be done in order to implement the GCM. I want also to thank the different stakeholders who have participated in the review for giving us the whole of society approach. I would like to thank the speakers, in addition to the regional and international organizations for supporting us in this conference. I would like also to thank our partners, mainly ESQA, IOM, and the different UN agencies that are member in the UN Network on Migration, and also my colleagues at the League of Arab States. We hope that this first review conference of the Global Compact is the first step towards reviewing the implementation of the Global Compact. Indeed, sharing experiences will allow us to gain some lessons learned about the different challenges. It will allow us also to unify our visions towards migration. And last but not least, I hope that the outcomes of the review that led to organizing this conference and that will be submitted to the IMRF that will be held in 2022 will constitute a valuable input that reflects the different challenges that the region is facing when it comes to migration. I wish you success in your endeavors and thank you.
شكرا جزيلا أستاذة إيناس.
Thank you, Mrs. Inas. Dear colleagues, I will be very brief. Mrs. Carmela and Mrs. Inas have said it all. Please allow me to highlight some important concluding remarks. ESCO has started working with different partners, mainly the IOM and the League of Arab States, in addition to the other UN institutions working on migration in order to accompany the member states in their efforts to implement the Global Compact. And today we are holding the first regional review that proved to be very successful when it comes to the discussions that took place. This is why we consider this as an opportunity to build upon, as you all said in your speeches. We were very happy to get to know the different best practices and the progress achieved by the different member states. And we hope that this conference and this regional review conference be considered as a first step, because we believe that determining the common challenges will allow us to solve any problem. We also are aware that in order to implement radical solutions, we need to be aware of the different challenges. The discussions have shown that we have shared the challenges in the Arab region because of the interconnected issues of migration. This is why we cannot deal with this issue in silos. No country alone can deal with this issue, and no region can deal with this issue irrespective of the other regions. During the last 2 years, we have understood how important was cooperation between the government and the stakeholders, and we were very happy to listen to the different viewpoints at the national, regional, and international levels, because this will allow us to succeed in implementing the compact. We will meet the request of the Arab states that were expressed during the last 2 days, and we will be providing technical support on a bilateral level. We will work together also in order to meet the needs of all those who requested our assistance. This meeting showed 6 regional priorities. 1, the need to revisit the labor systems, the need to fight trafficking in persons, the need to promote international and regional cooperation in governance of migration, the need to protect the rights of women and youth, the need to allow migrants to access services without any discrimination, and to promote regular migration. We hope that these priorities will pave the way for more activities in the region and will allow us to raise our voice during the 2022 International Migration Review Forum. I would like at the end to congratulate everyone for this successful conference and for having a shared and serious vision. Thank you. And as such, we conclude the activities of this regional review conference. If you do not have any questions, I think that we can call it a day. Thank you.
شكرا للجميع ونراكم على خير إن شاء الله. إلى
Thank you, everyone.